Test, test, test. Test, test. This is a test, 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 test. Good morning.
Good morning. Good
morning.
morning, Tina.
Co-host ready? Make co-host, there we go. I don't think Tina needs to be a co-host, right? Maybe she forgot. Okay. This camera's on. This camera's off. This camera's off. And this camera's off. Okay.
Yeah, I see another one of you in the waiting room. Do you want me to admit you in?
I'm trying to figure out which one to mute. Let's mute it. I think I have to turn it back on during the karaoke section. Okay. I do need to start the live feed real quick on here. Because if you keep an eye on, if you can keep, Katie, if you can keep an eye on people who are on our team coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we can start. So there are a few people here that are waiting already.
The invite actually says that it's from 10 to 3.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. I know everywhere else, like on Facebook, it says 10:30 to 2, but yeah.
Oh, man.
When I got the calendar invite, it said 10 to 3.
Okay, so I think I can only do. So Katie, I'm also going to give you I'm going to share this live stream link.
Okay.
So if you like, you want to just once in a while, put it in the chat as well too.
Okay. So just like every, what, maybe 30 minutes or so?
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, just so that people, so I'm going to send this to you here. Just so that people decide just to check out the live stream.
Okay.
So they can check it out or share it.
I'm wondering if I have that on my computer, will it like do echoey things?
You can have it on, just keep the volume down. If you
Okay.
turn the volume off of it, then yeah, you should be fine. But it's going to confuse you if you watch it because it's a little delay.
Oh, okay, I'm not gonna watch it for sure.
But it'll be good to have an eye on it as well too. So.
Okay. I will put it on mute once it goes live.
Yeah. And Tina, can you hear us?
I can, yes,
Okay,
thank you.
great. And I think I gave you the ability to type, correct?
You did.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna start this live stream.
So many windows to keep track of.
Yeah, a lot of windows.
Okay.
I'm gonna get confused for a moment. I was like, okay, I gotta do the live stream here, but then I gotta go.
Hi, Sean.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. I spoke to Ginger this morning. She wants me to do all the polls.
Okay.
So I just need to communicate that to Surrender. But those are all set up, right?
They are all set up. Yeah, I checked them
Okay.
now. I think if you look at the posts as well too, you can probably see them. Let me make you a co-host if you're not co-host yet.
So that adds me in this first section. So,
Here, I have a question. If I change my view to gallery view, will that change everyone's view to gallery view? Because
No,
I'm a
just
co-host? Okay, good.
yours.
Okay. I didn't want to mess with how it appears for other people.
and are you going to have that green room open?
It is open right now.
Oh,
I think you'll be able to see it, right? Did you see it? The green room? I opened it just before everyone entered.
I do not see it right now.
I do not either. Do you need me to admit your other account here?
No, I don't know why I have two, because that one is already omitted, so I don't know why that one's there.
Okay.
So, yeah, because they're all here. 1, 2, 3.
And the clock is not correct, right?
Yeah, it's a little slow.
Is it a little slow?
It
Yeah,
says
I have-
10:04.
Oh,
It's
yeah, you're right.
10:19.
It says 10:04. Let me see. Why does it say 10:04? It should say 10:19.
Also, would it be more convenient to, when the time opens up, click admit all, or like should I admit people one at a time?
That's a good question. Yeah, I think let's submit one at a time and then test it out to make sure we can make sure that their mics and their cameras are off.
Got it. Okay.
And then once we know, like, okay, we feel like we can let them all in, then we'll let them all in after that.
Okay, that sounds good.
So that the time is correct now, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you make separate accounts for all of the breakout rooms for lunch?
Yeah.
Yao, you're amazing.
Let's see after.
Yeah. I can't wait. So let's try to definitely do some screen captures, because this might be a 300-person Zoom meeting. So we should send it to Zoom so they can maybe give us a credit or something. I'm glad we're not doing a webinar. Thanks for all of that work last night.
Yeah, no, the webinar would have been another wrench just to figure out.
Yeah. I was just like, no.
I don't even know what that means, but it sounds like it was
Yeah.
complicated.
Yeah, we realized the capacity was only 100.
Oh no.
And because there's a lot of bureaucracy at the MCA in accounts where to try to even add this, it's $50 to add a large group. And she doesn't have, the budget authority.
Yeah. Yikes.
So, but it's only $50, but it was, she can't do it. I'm going to admit Julianne. So she's on, is that all right?
Yeah.
Julianne, and is there someone else who's in this first group?
Oh yeah, we should probably change our titles on.
Oh, yeah. Rename.
Hey, I've never used these headphones, so I just wanted to test the microphone. Can you guys hear me
Oh,
okay?
that sounds nice.
Okay, great. Thanks.
I'm admitting the people for the first hour. There's a one phone number. Oh, couple phone numbers I don't recognize.
Are they on our contact list? I'll
Oh,
double check.
no, we're good. And they show up.
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
No.
I'm a little worried about. Sometimes, for some reason, someone keeps on logging onto the MCA account. It keeps kicking me off of the poll.
Okay, let me message them and remind them. They know, but
Yeah.
you know.
Wait, why am I logged in as January? That's not correct.
That's probably what it is. Yeah, you're.
Oh,
So,
let me log out. It must have
never
logged
mind.
out.
I was like, why did I just get kicked off?
All right, I'll come back. I thought I put my.
And is someone able to? Are we making everyone a host here as well too? A co-host?
If I could be a co-host, that would be great.
Okay.
Also, if you all could rename yourself with your name, title, and organization, and then pronouns, that would be great.
Where do we do that?
Next to your name under participants,
I see it.
there'll be a little drop-down menu for you.
Name, org, and what?
Your pronouns.
Okay.
Katie, can you describe again where we find that? Because I'm not finding it.
So next to, if you click on participants down at the bottom, and if you find your name on the list, there'll be a little drop-down menu on the right-hand side that says more. And you'll be able to rename yourself.
Katie, are you seeing Surrender at all? I'm just a little worried. She's the first.
I'm looking for her.
Leave now. believe not everyone's a co-host.
Wait, are you admitting people to the meeting?
I am not.
Somebody is.
Did you say if someone was new to the meeting? This is Sam Lewis.
Hi, Sam.
Hey, how you doing? Is that-
Good. Nice to see your face.
Hey, well,
Or some version of it. Yeah.
hey, lighting is bad. I'm gonna fix the camera and start sharing in a second.
I think Sam did was on the Nasty Brothers and Short on Monday, no?
Yes, it was fun.
I saw that. Great work.
Thanks. Tech difficulties, but we managed through.
Hopefully we won't have technical difficulty here. We might have some here and there, but I don't think it'll be too bad. I still can't get this live stream for some reason. I'm on the live stream. Copy. Start recording. Let's do this. General. Display. Paste.
We have Surinder.
Oh man, we might have to do a new. I might have to create a new live stream.
Just send me the link once you get it posted.
Yes, please send the live stream link and I'll get Jackie to put that up.
Hey,
Hi,
Surinder.
everyone. It's Surinder. I'm just going to give everyone just another minute or so to log on and then we'll officially get started. So nice to see all of your faces.
So if you want to just make sure you change the name of the account under participants.
Change it to what? You mean to your own name?
Yeah, if you could all, under participants, find your name and right on the right-hand side, there's a drop-down menu next to your name where you can rename yourself with your name, your organization, and your pronouns.
Sorry, where was that update link?
The update for the live stream.
Just the update to write in your pronouns and your.
So if you click on manage participants down at the bottom, or if you click on participants, you should see your name. And on your name to the right, there's a drop-down menu where you can rename yourself.
Perfect, thank you.
When I click on it, nothing happens.
Yeah, same for me. This is Carol.
You could also cover the image of yourself. You'll see 3 little dots next to the mute. If you click on that, you'll also see an option there to rename.
I believe the YouTube one actually. I got the one we had originally working now, so I should be live.
That is a long list and I can't find my name.
How are you gonna? Yeah, it's kind of hard to keep track of people on here now on this list of names.
You can do it by hovering over your own image and see the little dots by your own face.
That's yes, that is correct.
A little bit quicker.
Hi. You want us to mute our mic to guest question.
If you can have everyone else who is not a panelist, just mute your mic.
Yeah.
And we might actually ask you to also log or close your camera as well too in a second.
So turn off the mic and the camera?
And camera, yeah. So you should still be able to see everyone else who's speaking. And then I believe we're also asking people to, you can chat with us in the chat.
Yeah, well, I'll go over all of that.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm just trying to see. I think we are live.
So close the video. Is that what-
Okay, so let's get underway. I know we're still figuring things out, so we'll go through everything. My name is Surinder. I'm the Interim Executive Director of See Chicago Dance, and I'm your MC and host for this first part of our virtual retreat. And I thank you all so much for joining us, and it's so wonderful to see all of your beautiful faces. So as Yao mentioned, please mute yourself upon coming into the virtual retreat and turn off your camera so that you can see the panelists. And also if you can rename yourself in the participants, or if you go to your picture and decide with the 3 little blue dots, the ellipsis, and change your name. You can put in your organization if you like, your pronouns, and also feel free to use the chat function to let us know that you're here and say hi. We'll also be using the chat function to ask questions towards the end. So please do not use the raise hand function. We won't be using the raised hand function. So I just wanted to start everyone this morning. Thank you so much for being here, and just to take a couple of beautiful, deep cleansing breaths together. So find that moment within yourself, close your eyes, let out that breath. And together we'll breathe in for a nice 4 count. Breathe in, 1, 2, 3, 4, and out. 2, 3, 4, and in. 2, 3, 4, and out. 2, 3, 4. Thank you so much. And I'd just like to start by encouraging all of us to make space for our raw emotions and unfleshed out feelings today, that we're all coping with something unprecedented and difficult, and some of the conversations that we might be having today are going to feel really close and really tense. So I just want you to acknowledge that you have these feelings and it's okay, and we're here for each other. And I would also like to acknowledge the following statements: that we work in different communities with different resources, that we have different sorts of practice, and that we have different aesthetics and politics, and we use different language based on our own communities and situations. But we believe everyone in this space intends to be respectful. And so for this session, we seek to create an environment where people can speak freely without feeling worried that we will inadvertently offend someone else by the way that we speak, or about their practice or their feelings, or any other potentially sensitive topic. And I would rather that we all be able to speak freely than fear that we'll use the wrong language. So I hope you all take that to heart, and I really thank you for being here. So we went through a few stage management notes. So in this first hour, we'll have, or first half hour, we'll have representatives from the various organizations give a few minutes each to talk about what their organizations are doing. And then there'll be an opportunity for you to ask questions at the end. And you'll ask those questions by putting it into the chat. And Katie Collins, who you see, Katie, if you want to give a wave, Katie will be the voice of the chat, collating questions, and she'll be asking and voicing your questions to the specific person. I also would like to highlight that we're using closed captioning here today. So thank you, Tony, for closed captioning. And you can, if you need closed captioning, you can see down the bottom bar, you can click on the closed caption and you can either see it scrolling across the bottom of your screen, or if you click on the closed caption and read view full transcript, that is an easy way to see everything that you've said. And I will try to remember to speak slowly. And I remind all of our panelists and anyone who is speaking on video to speak a little slowly so that we can really get all of our closed caption. So I would like to kick it off with our first person, Braden, if you would like to have 2 minutes to give us your updates and introduce yourself.
Hey everyone, thanks. I'm just going to set my timer here to make sure I'm respecting the 2-minute cap. Good morning and thanks, Surinder. Wow, I knew those deep breaths so much before getting started here. My name is Braden Cleary. I'm the Director of Arts Services at the Arts and Business Council of Chicago. Thank you very much to the co-host for inviting me to be here today to share a little bit with you all about the work that we do. I see there's about 157 people here today. I imagine some of you I've met and some of you I haven't. So kind of want to give an introduction to the Arts and Business Council and talk a little bit about what we would do in a normal day and what we're doing today kind of in light of response to COVID-19 and kind of all of the challenges that is presenting to arts, cultural, and creative organizations across the city of Chicago. So the Arts and Business Council, our mission statement is that we exist to develop leadership, the business of arts, and the arts of business in Chicago. But what does that really mean? What that really means is that we're a capacity building organization, an art service organization that works with arts, cultural, and creative organizations, primarily nonprofit organizations in all of Chicago's 77 communities. How do we do that? So we operate a number of different programs at the Arts and Business Council that primarily mobilize the expertise and the knowledge of skilled Chicagoans to serve in different learning, training, and consulting capacities with arts and cultural and creative organizations. So that looks like pro bono management consulting with our skilled Chicagoans, our business volunteers for the arts. That looks like training and matching skilled Chicagoans on the boards of directors of arts, cultural, and creative organizations in Chicago. And as well, that looks like assessment and professional learning and training opportunities for arts leaders in Chicago, primarily arts administrators, but also board members as well. So 2020 is an exciting year for the Arts and Business Council of Chicago. We're celebrating our 35th year in operation. And so we started out as a small entity of the Department of Cultural Affairs, and soon after kind of opened up into and took a step away from that into creating our own nonprofit organization. And so we have been around in the sector for quite some time and kind of as an entity have been able to soak up a lot of information about kind of trends, practices, emerging issues, leading research in arts management, nonprofit management, and have hopefully been fulfilling our mission and delivering that to the organizations in Chicago. And so that's kind of what we look like on a normal day. And thinking a little bit about what brings us, I think most of us here today to this conversation and thinking about organizational responses to the COVID-19 crisis and how that is affecting our operations, our programs, our finances, our human resources. Literally, I think every management area could certainly qualify here as being affected. And so for myself and being the individual on staff who primarily does the assessment and professional learning for arts and cultural and creative organizations, I'm thinking a lot about strategy. I'm thinking a lot about decision making, and I'm thinking a lot about planning. And those three things, as an arts administrator myself, feel really scary in this time because we don't know so many things that are coming. We don't know what the future is going to look like. I have little to no idea when I will be at my actual desk back in the office, aside from this one that I've created just adjacent to my kitchen in my 1-bedroom apartment. And so what we're thinking about, I think, at the Arts and Business Council, again, in terms of the strategy and the planning and the decision-making, I've very much gone over my time, I think. So I'm gonna wrap it up there. I do apologize. Strategy, planning, and decision-making, and how we can continue on certain initiatives while and not lose our momentum on our strategy, while also balancing the necessary responses that we need for the COVID-19 crisis. 2 minutes goes by really quick. I'm going to include my email address in the chat function. I do hope that if you have any interest in talking a little bit about how the Arts and Business Council can work with you, please reach out to me. We'll be happy to chat. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Braden. I'm going to kick it over to Ginger.
Hi, everybody. So nice to be with you in this way. We'd love to be with you, of course, in person. I just found it really lovely to think of each of us breathing in our separate spaces, and breathing itself is so poignant right now. So just really happy to be with you. I also just want to take a moment to thank all of our colleagues who helped put this thing together. It's just a wonderful feeling of generative energy that came when we started thinking about this a couple weeks ago. So, thanks to See Chicago Dance, thanks to the Dance Center of Columbia College, to the Harris, to High Concept Labs, to Lynx Hall, to the Museum of Contemporary Art, to Pivot Arts, and See Chicago Dance. Did I say that already? Anyway, really grateful to all of you for your colleagueship. Chicago Dance Makers Forum, for those of you that don't know, its core mission fuels the field of dance by focusing on the artistic development of individual makers. We are really glad to report that we're able to continue with our core lab artist program this year. Yesterday was a deadline for finalists, and that program will continue as expected, but with greater flexibility to accommodate people's, the changes that are clearly going to continue to happen with regards to timeline and what people are thinking about and making, and how they're doing, right? So I'm really grateful that we are in a position to do that and continue to pay our wonderful staff, Sean and Lamar, and to support artists with 6 artists with $20,000 grants this year. The other thing that we're doing, we're not doing any of our planned public programs this year. No Elevate Chicago Dance, no, so far we have no, we don't have a plan for our award celebration, although we will certainly celebrate our artists in some way, the new group of lab artists. And of course, we continue to support the group of artists who have not yet quite completed their projects from last year. What else? I guess one resource that I want to just offer that we have is we have a Facebook group called Chicago Dance Makers, and it's a place where our fabulous Sean Lent is posting resources continuously, and it's also a place where group members can post resources as they come across, and also converse about them and help one another navigate the territory of the many links that we're all experiencing. So I guess that's it. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Ginger. And just a reminder for everyone, yes, this session is being recorded. It's also being live streamed. You'll also receive a link to the full recordings after the virtual retreat with full transcripts. So you will be able to come back to all of this and all of the different links and contacts and materials. So if you miss something or you need to step away, feel free, because there will be space and places for you to find all of this information again later. So come in and come out as you would like. You don't have to stay for the whole retreat, but I really encourage you to pop in and out with us, and also join us for our lunch, which will have a karaoke surprise during our 10-minute lunch break. And so now I would like to introduce Ellen.
Hello, everyone. It's so nice to see your names and some of your faces. I'm Ellen Chenoweth. I'm the director of the Dance Presenting Series at the Dance Center of Columbia College, Chicago. And I just wanted to give a little update from our organization's perspective and from a presenter perspective. We have postponed our engagements that were supposed to happen this spring with Abby Zibikowski and the New Utility and Kudus Onikeku. I'm using the word postponed rather than canceled, because we are really hoping that those can happen next season instead of this season. One thing that we've done is we've made a lot of full-length videos available from the last 4 or 5 seasons available on our website. So if you're missing concert dance performances, you can revisit some that you might have missed or that you enjoyed in person the first time around. I will give a couple recommendations. One is Donald Byrd and Spectrum Dance Theater from Seattle. They were here during the polar vortex, and so audiences were a little smaller than I feel like they could have been. So that's a great one to check out. And then BB Miller's piece, In a Rhythm, just one of the highlights of the last few seasons. And both of those are available full length for free on our website. So I'll put the link in the chat. And we hope you can take advantage of those in this moment when we're not able to be in a theater together. And then next season, we have a lot of different scenarios for what that might look like, and trying to plan at a moment when that's really challenging. But my main point was that I really wanted to encourage you all to be in conversation with me if there are ideas. I feel like one of the exciting things about this moment is that it's a time for reimagining and experimenting and figuring out what we can do better together. And so as I'm in dialogue with funders and presenters from across the country, I don't want to be doing that planning and thinking in a vacuum. So I'd really welcome being in conversation with all of you, or whoever would like to be in touch around what we might be able to learn together from this moment, and how we might be able to make a more sustainable, robust field going forward. Thank you all.
Thanks, Ellen. Also, just a reminder for everyone, if you've just joined, use the chat function to introduce yourself, and later we'll be asking questions. Katie will be collating those questions and being our voice. And also, if you need closed captioning, it is available. You can use the closed captions along the bottom or see full transcript, and you'll see it along the side. And now I'd like to introduce John. John Rich, are you there? Thought he was here.
I'm here.
Ah, there you go.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the organizers for bringing us together this morning. My name is John Rich. I'm the Dance and Theater Coordinator for the City of Chicago's Department of Cultural Affairs and Special Events, also known as DCASE. And I wanted to begin today by letting you know that the Mayor, Lori Lightfoot, and also our Commissioner, Mark Kelly, together, all of us are working as hard as we can to support Chicago's vibrant dance community. And so as part of my 2-minute talk today, for those of you who are not as familiar with DCASE, we are the city department that focuses on the cultural vibrancy of the city, and broadly we present the festivals in the city, but also manage the markets and the special events throughout the neighborhoods. We provide permitting, so we're very much active across the city. And in response to the COVID crisis, one of the first and most important things that I wanted to elevate for everyone is the Arts for Illinois Relief Fund that was announced last week, Wednesday. Some of you might be familiar with it. It's essentially a fund that started with $4.5 million, of which $1 million came from DCASE directly to provide financial assistance for artists and artisans, as well as cultural organizations directly impacted by the COVID crisis. The fund itself is a partnership between the city and the state of Illinois, along with a much broader philanthropic community, and it's administered by the Arts Alliance Illinois in partnership with 3 Arts and Artswork Fund. I will provide a link for this fund. Through this fund, individuals can, especially those, particularly those who are experiencing an urgent need because of the COVID crisis, can apply for a one-time $1,500 grant, which will be awarded through a lottery system and disseminated quickly by 3Arts for individuals. Additionally, nonprofits can apply as well through the Artswork Fund portal. Again, I'm going to provide this link in just a moment. I will note that the application for individuals is going to close temporarily today at 5 o'clock Central Time. And it's simply to allow for additional fundraising and more outreach to underrepresented and minority artists. So look for that link in a moment. Additionally, I'm happy to note that our cultural granting programs continue. The individual artist program grants were announced last week, which includes a lot of support for dancers in our community. And the City Arts grants for nonprofit organizations is continuing along the same timeline as we have originally planned for. And so at this moment, we're operating with the planning that the notifications will be sent in July and payments dispersed in October for organizations. So keep that in mind. I will include a link for our general granting program as well. And then finally, I'll include a link for our broad COVID-19 arts community resources webpage, where we're collecting resources that are very broad across the arts spectrum. And if anyone needs to include a new resource, there's a link to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, John. I'd like to introduce Laurie from the Harris Theatre.
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is really an incredible gathering, so thank you for giving me a couple of moments to speak on behalf of, also similar to Ellen, presenting house, as well as a venue that is navigating this crisis as well. On the presenting side of things, our marketing team, like a lot of other presenters, because we don't have artists in residence, we're really working to be a reverberation, or kind of to echo and share what artists are putting out. So whether it's sharing classes or trainings that are happening live, or whether it's sharing links to archived projects and programs, that is something that we're working a lot on right now, and we are very open to working with companies as well as individual artists to kind of share and broaden your network and reach during this time. As a presenter, we are also navigating what the future will look like for next season. We've already heard from a number of companies, nationally and internationally, just navigating the conversation about touring and visa management, and even in a lot of cases, companies that have already announced their season going back to the drawing board and really trying to reevaluate. So that's something that I think we're all facing, and we all will see evolving over the coming months as we navigate where we're going. We also, as the Harris, we do have around 20 local companies that call the Harris home as our resident companies. We're looking at that group as a very helpful kind of task force of collection of resources. I know, I'm sure you all, like we are, completely overwhelmed by the number of resources and grant opportunities and government opportunities for funding. And what we're talking about now, and that group is actually led by Michael McStraw of Giordano Dance Chicago. We're really talking about, can we pool our volunteer resources through our board to have individuals that can help us wade through some of these processes and create, whether it's spreadsheets or forms that help us really prioritize and rank the type of support that are going to be most beneficial for our organizations, because like I said, there's just so much to wade through. So I think finding affinity groups or finding smaller group task force to be able to kind of collectively work on these projects are proving to be very helpful for us. And then I think what also has been really interesting for us is, we have community engagement partners that we invite to come to the theater, and a lot of these are social service organizations. It's been very interesting to see those organizations actually now share information with us as to how to support our staff and team, those who are now facing unemployment, individuals who are seeking out health and safety and shelter and food and financial services. So I will actually share in my link an incredible resource that the UIC School of Public Health created on social vulnerability. And it's an incredible document that covers resources and links to, like I said, health and safety, transit, housing, food, financial services, disability services, mental health services. And that's something that we've been able to share with all of our part-time staff, all of our local resident companies, and obviously something that would be very beneficial for artists. So I think kind of sharing that conversation with our community service organizations on the reverse has been really interesting for us. So that's what I will share for now. Thank you all.
Thanks, Lori. I'm going to move on to Yolanda.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Hi, Surinder. I'm delighted to be joining the big family this way. Thank you for all of you who really were lead organizers. So High Concept Labs, that has been my home base now for a little over a year, is basically a service-oriented organization. And it's really, it's a power station run by 3 people, Missy Davis, Jake Glockoff, who is a documentary expert, and me. The idea for me has always been, I've always recognized High Concept Labs as a place that provides the juice in order to really strengthen the arts sector. So what that means is really determined on the residency artists. And we invite, on a given year, we support anything from 12 to 15 artists. Artists could also be collectives. There are 3 core programs. One is a full year residency during the time when we are providing development help, such as co-writing grants, technical help, marketing, advising, and just connecting. That's why it's a real power station. The other 2 core programs are 2-year periods where the artist, depending on where the project is, will really receive additional producing support to get it up and maybe tour ready. One of those includes an international exchange every year for local artists to connect and be supported with artists they already want to work with outside the US. We operate out of Mana Contemporary, which is primarily a large enterprise that supports visual artists, which is an exciting opportunity to really encourage artist-to-artist, peer-to-peer connections. So in that way, the studio space that we operate out of Mana is a location as well as a working space, depending on what art interest you want to explore. The performing arts for us is intersectional. It's music, it's dance, it's theater, it's physics, everything in between. Other spaces, because we partner in order to stretch our small but mighty budget, includes Chicago Dance Makers Forum that we're really happy to partner in order to locate a residency at Mana or other locations. We also partner with 3 Arts, and we partner with some specific locations that are all on the south and west sides. Hyde Park Arts Center in Hyde Park, Experimental Station in Woodlawn, and Co-Prosperity Sphere in Bridgeport, and some other locations that we're exploring. So that kind of puts together what we do, what we do on a given day over a given year. This year, the first thing that we automatically did was extend for this full calendar year the existing artists, and we have 10 artists at the moment at HCL, to automatically extend the residency support that we can provide them. And that is defined by them, and we follow that. So I'm pretty busy right now looking at alternative funding sources and going after projects in order to really keep people thinking about the long run and prepare in order to put up a work at that time. We are also investing in our gear, our documentation gear, in order to provide streaming ready audiovisual work And hopefully that grant is awarded. We can start doing that within a month. So we're very excited about those updates.
Great, thank you so much. If there's anything more, please put it in the chat function to let us know. And we should move on to Stephanie. Thank you so much, Yolanda.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I just wanted to start by saying hello. Thank you to everyone for joining us. I am the executive director of Links Hall. And in moments like these, we are also kind of turning back to our mission and really exploring what the core functions and purpose of Links Hall is in Chicago. And our mission is to encourage artistic innovation and public engagement by maintaining a facility and providing flexible programming for the research, development, and presentation of new work in the performing arts. So while our facility is temporarily closed due to COVID-19, there are a lot of aspects of that mission that we still are really pushing forward in this time, thinking about ways that we can continue to support artists. We have formally suspended all performances and public events through May 1st, although that will likely be extending for deeper into the spring. We are working very closely with all of our artists who were self-produced in the space between March and June to determine what postponement looks like. I think much like the Dance Center at Columbia College, we are committed to continue working with these artists, finding them platforms, whether it be later in the summer or fall or winter. We have two sort of core programming buckets at Links Hall. One is the linkage program, which is subsidized rentals for self-produced artists. The other is our resident artist program. And we are moving forward with commissions, which is the resident artist program for next year. We have extended our deadline for applications to May 5th. And we are looking to find artists who are working on amazing projects. Currently, we have a 3-month residency program in the fall and a 6-month fellowship program in the spring. And I think that probably covers my time, but I would just like to direct people to linkshall.org. If you go to the artists tab and look at commissions for artists, you can find info about our residency program. If you have become homeless with your works, with your rehearsals because of COVID-19, we would love to hear from you at info@linkshall.org. And as soon as our space is open again, we look forward to welcoming makers back to the studios. And you will hear a little bit from Yao Trong, our production manager, later in the day with some live streaming tutorials. That is also an area we're doing a tremendous amount of research in, with both resources you can use as artists in your home, but also potentially extending back to the Links Hall Theater. So feel free to reach out to us as well if you're interested in learning more about that. We might expand some future webinars in that area of expertise. So thank you so much, Surinder.
Thanks, Stephanie. Tara, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tara Aisha Willis. I'm representing the Museum of Contemporary Art, where I work as their associate curator in performance and public practice, which basically means that while I'm focused on performance, a lot of which, you know, is productions that happen in our theater, I'm also part of a department that supports public programming, which includes a lot of performance as well, like the In Progress series or Tuesdays on the Terrace, which some of you may have experienced before. I want to echo a couple of things other people have said, one of which is turning back to our mission. I think that was Stephanie just now. One of the things the MCA has been thinking about a lot already in the last year is the idea of social belonging, and this sort of live arts focused team that I'm part of is, I think, a really important place that happens, because we're gathering people together. Of course, now suddenly that's a really different task than it was a few months ago. So we're thinking about that a lot. And then, like Ellen, and what that means digitally, what that might mean in the future over the next several months, as people are still tentative about coming out of shelter in place, et cetera. The other thing that Ellen said was about this key word of postponement rather than cancellation. We're really working to make sure as many of the projects we were planning on doing, not just that are like sort of officially canceled through a similar date to Stephanie, end of this month, but actually through the summer, anticipating that this will not only extend, but also that the difficulty of gathering folks in a theater will continue for several months based on some research that we've been looking at. So we're working to not only postpone things as opposed to cancel them, and honor the contracts we have and find solutions for example, trying to pay people in advance, but also thinking through when those postponements actually move to, and making sure that we're not in a position of having to rethink yet again with certain artists. Those postponements affect things down the road as far out for sure as next summer, 2021. So I'm actually talking to artists who were well far away from actually contracting, which is really challenging for those artists to be in that really precarious position. Another thing that's coming out of this, and so, the last thing I'll say about that is that it's a waiting game. We're sort of beholden to a really large structure, and a lot of the decisions about how our department can operate is coming from our finance department and leadership. And so we're sort of not only negotiating with the artists, but also negotiating with the folks who hold the purse strings around a lot of these questions. Another thing that's happening that's quite fascinating is thinking through how performance exists in this large museum normally, and often that's literally in the building, but now how that exists in the digital platform alongside all the other things the museum does. So, suddenly our programs are essentially living in the same space that was just reserved for marketing before. So that's posing some really exciting challenges. One thing that's come out of that is we're doing virtual studio visits. I'll post the link to a page we've developed that's called The Commons Online. If you've visited the museum in the last few years, you might have seen the room with the plants on the ceiling, and that is called The Commons. And so there's a sort of space, digital space with some archival materials, also some live events that we're doing a couple a week, both on social media and through Zoom channels and sort of gathering outlets. And I'm happy to say that the first 2 studio visits starting next week and the week after will be with performing artists that were people from out of town that we had planned to work with over the next few months. There will also be some past performances hopefully going up, either as sort of long-term archival material or probably more likely to sort of be streamed temporarily. So please stay tuned for that. I'll put the link in there. The other links I wanted to put are, there's an Arts Administrators of Color Network fund that's been created for arts and culture leaders of color. Those are really small grants, but I really think it's important that Chicago artists know about that. There's also a fund that just, I believe, was announced today that is a combination of a ton of different funders from across the country. I'm not even going to list them all. It's several different groups, but it's called Artist Relief, and I'll put that link in as well. And to this point about, thinking through really the fall and the reality that even if we're sort of able to gather, there will be a real dip in, the whole museum, but especially I think thinking about theater programming, there will be a real dip in people's willingness to gather in enclosed space. And so we're thinking, even for when we really can start to gather in person again, how can those projects stay nimble? How can we rethink some of the artists' projects we were working with to be dually executed online and in the theater, or entirely online, especially in the case of traveling or international artists, so we can continue to bring that as a priority to everybody in Chicago. Thanks, you guys.
Thanks, Tara. And if you notice on the chat on the side, the Artist Relief Fund that Tara just mentioned is already in those links. And just a reminder, all of this is being recorded, so you'll be able to see this later, and we'll be posting all of these resources and links in a handy dandy document that you'll be able to find really easily. And also just to mention, if you need closed captioning, that is available along the bottom, or see full transcript along the side. And now I'd like to introduce Julianne.
Hi, everybody. So great to be here with 185 of you. Really missing seeing human faces. Yeah, so I kind of wanted to take a slightly different tack. Well, first, I'm the director of Pivot Arts, and we produce and present adventurous, multidisciplinary performance. Two of our largest programs happen in the spring. We do an arts incubator program at Loyola University that is postponed right now. And we also have a 10-day festival of dance, theater, multi-genre works. And we're moving some of those into virtual space. We're postponing others, but I've reorganized our entire budget. The board passed it, and our biggest commitment right now is to making sure that all the artists that we had committed to get paid. I've been thinking just a lot about years ago, I had a pretty bad injury and wasn't able to walk properly for like a year, and how much that really changed my life at that time. And even if we're not sick right now, I hope everybody is healthy. I've been thinking just about illness and injury, and how kind of the silver lining of this moment is that we have to slow down. And I'm a live event person. I'm not somebody that creates things online. And so there's a lot of sadness right now and confusion. And so I just want to give everybody permission to not produce right now, and that's okay. I know there's large events, large organizations that, you know, have kind of different mandates and needs. But if you're an individual artist and you are someone that needs to rehearse with other humans and you can't right now, you can slow down, and that's okay. So I'm actually gonna post a couple things in the chat. I have a 30-minute guided meditation for everybody that you can do. I also been looking at this book that I recommend. It's called The Art of Simple Living. It's 100 daily practices from a Japanese Zen monk. So I'll post that as well, along with my favorite bookstore, Unabridged Bookstore. You can order from there. Yeah, this is someday gonna pass. Someday we'll all gonna be together in a live space. If you're able to produce and put content into virtual space, great. But maybe it's also a moment to just like take a deep breath. And so I actually want to just read a poem that I've always loved. It's a poem by Raina Maria Rilke. It's called A Walk. My eyes already touch the sunny hill, going far ahead of the road I have begun. So we are grasped by what we cannot grasp. It has its inner light, even from a distance, and changes us, even if we do not reach it, into something else, which, hardly sensing it, we already are. A gesture waves us on, answering our own wave, but what we feel is the wind in our faces. Stay healthy, everybody, and I can't wait to see you live.
Thank you, Julie. And that was so beautiful and needed. And I definitely echo all of your thoughts about taking time and slowing down. Again, everyone, my name is Surinder Martinetti. I'm the Interim Executive Director of See Chicago Dance, and it has been my absolute pleasure to work with all of these wonderful humans on this virtual town hall. And I'm so thankful for everyone that has joined in this feeling of community. So we're over time for this portion of it, so I'll just say a very few things about See Chicago Dance. But while I'm doing that, I would encourage anyone who has a specific question for one of our presenters to write it into the chat, and then Katie will collate those questions and ask, and hopefully we'll have a chance for 1, maybe 2 questions, but we also may be able to email those questions out and have them answered and post those answers online for you as well. So as you know, See Chicago Dance is the marketing and advocacy service organization for the dance community here in Chicago. And what we've been doing through this crisis is really trying to support all of the community in what you're doing now and how your events may have changed. So on our website, we have an updated list of all of the postponed, changed, or canceled live events. And then we're also really trying to promote and help you promote all of the online activities that you may be doing at the moment. So please email us and let us know. And also on a personal note, you know, I am here for you if you would like to ever talk to someone or ask advice or simply just need someone to talk to for a connection. And my email is surinder@seechicagodance.com. I'll post that in the chat. And I encourage anyone who would like to speak with me to reach out for whatever reason you need, just someone to talk to. I really want to hear from the community. So at this moment, if you have a question, please post it. And I want to move over to Ginger, who's going to ask us a couple of questions, and we're going to post a very quick poll for everyone.
Hey, Surinder, it's actually me.
Sorry, Sean.
It's all right. We're combined brains, so it's all right. Hi, everybody. Can I get 2 thumbs up if you all hear me? Yes, look at all the thumbs. And to those with 1 thumb, you're loved too. We love all of you. So let's begin. We're going to do just 3 quick polls to see who's in the room today. So I think, Yao, if you want to put up the first one for us. I think everybody's ready. Just one moment. Yes, thank you. All right, let me just try one more time.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
For some reason, it's not showing up. So there might be some sort of technical glitch here. It says that it's on, but it's not showing up. So give me a moment.
Okay, we'll just wait one quick moment. Again, you can put your questions. If it's a more general question, you can put it to everyone in the chat, but you can also select someone else. If you want to do a direct question to someone, you can do that. We'll just give Yao, so just a big shout out to Yao at Lynx Hall, who's actually at Lynx Hall right now with like 4 computers up. I think he'll show you later, who's doing all the technical side, including our lovely clock we have running and going, and a number of really important things. So we appreciate you, Yao. If we can always skip if we want to move forward.
Yeah, why don't we answer a question? I see that we've got a couple of questions. Katie, is there one question that you think has been popping up?
We have one about resources for answers to questions about unemployment, independent contractors and gigs. And there's another one, hold on. Mary would like to discuss how we can think about performance in a new society where large social interactions are not encouraged. What alternative forms of performance and production other than virtual Zoom can we explore or invent as a response?
Wow, those are some very big questions, and I'm not sure how we can answer them. I think Tara was really starting to think about that second question. And for me, you know, at See Chicago Dance, I've been so busy dealing with the in the moment and now reality that it has been really difficult to try and think about that type of big future. And I hope at some point that I have the space. Oh, and there's a poll that has just opened up. So please click on the poll. So let's take a moment to do that.
Yes, thank you. So just reversing, we're going to have 3 quick polls. And then as we're doing these questions, if you would like to respond and you're not one of the panelists, you can put your answers in the chat. Later in the town hall, we'll have more of a back and forth. All right, so I'm seeing that we're mostly independent artists here, but a good wide range of folks. If last couple of seconds to get in your poll. All right. We can close that one. Excellent. All right, we're going to do 2 more just to get a sense of who's in the room. Yeah, are you ready for the second one?
Yes, I think there's some sort of internet slowing down here. So give it a moment.
What did we say about slowing down, right?
Yeah, right.
I could use a few more of those breaths. Anyway. We'll give it 1 more minute, but we can also do these as they come up too, so we can always move on. Let us know, Yao.
Well, while we're waiting, shall we look at another question?
Sounds good.
Surinder, I would actually love to answer one of the previous questions about unemployment.
That would be great. Go ahead.
And resources for folks who are out of work. There are 2 folks that I think are 2 websites or companies that I think are useful. One is Lawyers for the Creative Arts. They've launched quite a few resources, assistance, as well as pro bono call hotlines for artists who are out of work, some around legal issues arising from performance cancellations, but other things as well. So that's Lawyers for the Creative Arts, and their website is law-arts.org. The other thing I would say for folks who are struggling with unemployment, Legal Aid Chicago might be a useful resource for you, and that phone number is 312-341-1070. Again, that's Legal Aid Chicago, 312-341-1070.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Okay, Surinder.
Yeah. Go ahead,
Um,
Yolanda.
Thank you. I would like to offer regarding the excellent question about contracts, cancellations, how you can protect and also get through the next 6 months as I see it. The Association of Performing Artists Professionals is running webinars with legal experts on contracting. I participated in a couple of them. They're really great. They're available to all people. So I encourage people to go to the apap.org website where these web discussions with the great authorities and also nonprofit pro bono legal people, financial people, and also visa people such as Matthew Covey have put up some great conversations and resources.
Can I add one thing also? We're working on putting together letters of cancellation for many artists so that they have a way of proving to some of the grants and funders out there that they had gigs that were lost, income that was lost in this season or fiscal year. So if you haven't already started discussing that with folks that may have been planning to pay you and are, either not paying you or you're negotiating with, I would highly recommend asking for a letter like that that indicates, even if they are planning to postpone and pay you at some later date, that indicates that you lost that money in this fiscal year. Because many of even the small grants are asking for proof of some kind.
Thank you. So we are at time for this section. I don't want to hold up the rest of our day by waiting for those polls. Hopefully, if we can get those polls up, we will, you'll see them pop up on your screen. So just a reminder, this is being recorded and a full transcript will be available online. We'll also go through all of these questions and get answers from everyone as best we can. And so you'll be able to see those answers in the full transcript. Oh, very quickly, there is our next poll. So please take a moment to fill it out. It should just have popped up straight on your screen. So before we move over to our movement activity, I would just like for us to finish this moment by saying thank you to all of the organizations and people that joined in to give updates and share with us. I thank you for your time and your energy, and I just want to finish by how we started, by closing our eyes and taking a couple of collective breaths together, and then we'll move on. So close your eyes for a moment and breathe out. We'll take a big deep breath in for 4 counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, and out. 2, 3, 4, and in. 2, 3, 4, and out. 2, 3, 4. Thank you so much, and please don't forget to use the chat function if you have any other questions that we can try and answer for you. And I would love to introduce Paige, who is going to move us through a movement exercise. So stay with us or come back, take a break, whatever you need. Don't feel like you need to stay with us for the whole retreat, but come in and out as you would like. And thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. I am coming to you from my living room. Just want to say thank you to See Chicago Dance and everyone. I just want to echo, please do whatever you need to do right now. I'm struggling a lot myself with the slowing down and also the tendency to keep going. As a dancer mover, sitting still is hard. And so I'm struggling with all of it. And I just want to say, please, I'm just going to kind of take us through a few exercises, and please modify as you need to, simplify, complicate, whatever you need to do for you. And I just want to give a shout out to Yao, who is going to be serving as our maestro and playing the music. And I want to say thank you to Michael Kasky, who compiled a bunch of files for us, brilliant musician and accompanist at the Dance Center of Columbia College. And so, yeah.
And can I just jump in and say thank you to Paige. In addition to being a presenting organization, the Dance Center of Columbia College Chicago is an academic institution, and so all of our instructors are transitioning their classes to be online, like so many dance teachers these days. And so this week is our first week back at school, and so I just want to thank Paige for making time for this movement activity together during such a crazy week. And when we were thinking about organizing this retreat, we really wanted it to be a space where we could eat together and breathe together and dance together in addition to talking. And so it's just, thank you for bringing this component.
Yeah, you all are, it's helping me. But bear with me because it's my first remote moment. Okay, it's not my first remote moment, that's a lie. And I'm also socially awkward, sorry. So I'll be more awkward online. So we're gonna start back here with a little shoulder exercise. So we're just gonna move our shoulders forward and back and circle around and elbows around, and we lift the head and come up. Then we're gonna let those fingertips take us over to hang over, bend the knees and stretch. Then we're gonna open up that right side, open, 2 and 3, 4, 5, 6, back down, 7, 8. We're gonna bend the knees and just roll it up, shake it out, however you need to for 8 counts. So let's do that one more time. A little Merce shoulders. So we go forward and back and circle around and elbows. 6, and we lift it up and up. Fingertips over. 2, hang over. 3, 4, bend the knees and we stretch. We're gonna open up that left side. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, drop it down, bend the knees and roll it up however you need to for 8 counts. Sound good? Michael Kasky is gonna count us in. All right, Yao, can you play the first track?
Give you 8. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and
Okay, how'd that go? Hope that was okay. I can't see anyone. All right, let's keep going. So now we're gonna kind of build off those shoulders a little bit. Sorry, now you can't see my head. All right, so now we're gonna take, I'm mirroring you, we're gonna take a little arm swing and we go, instead of 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, rewind. 4, 5, 6, 2, 2, 3, curve it over, big stretch side. 4, 5, 6, other side. 4, 5, go over the top. There's my daughter making an appearance. And now we're gonna punch it out. 1 and 3, 4 and 6, 1 and 3, back it up to go other side. Let's do all that again. Arm swing. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, rewind. 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, curve it over and a stretch. 4, 5, 6, take all the time. That arm tosses over the top, over the top, over the top, over the top. We move, yes, move and move. Back it up to the other side. Oh, is that all good? Hopefully, I can't see anyone, so hopefully we got that. All right, Yao, can you play track 2?
2 6s to start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Getting a little warm from that one. Whew, gotta get my punch in. Okay, let's keep going and let's try. There we go. Now I can see everyone. Okay, we doing all right? Hi, Rena Butler. Ah! Okay, sorry. Let's do a little footwork. Hi, Slavita. But this is gonna be tricky. I'm gonna zoom it down. We're gonna do a little footwork. Okay, let me not take out my daughter. We go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we push it and push it. We go ankle, knee, ankle, little shifts of weight, side, back, come up, little calf stretch, open it out, little calf stretch. We close and do it on the other side, facing the other way. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so one more time. That goes 1, 2, 3, 4, again. Yep, da 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 da, and a push, to the ankle, to the knee, to the ankle, shifts forward, and side, and back, balance, little lunge, open it out, other lunge, we close and do the other side, the face, front again. Thumbs up if that made sense. It's okay if it didn't. All right, Yao, can we have track 3?
I'll give you 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay, all right, how we doing? Thumbs up, we doing okay? Okay, let's do a little back exercise. And the last 2 songs are a shout out to my Gen Xers, the little 90s, Janet Jackson and Kurt Cobain. So we're gonna do a little back exercise. And it goes something like this. Oh, sorry, y'all, let me fix my view. Okay, we're gonna curve. 1, 2, 3, 4, extend the spine. Drop, swing it. 1, 3, and a tilt. And arm and leg. We go reach, high diagonal, reach, high diagonal, reach, high diagonal, just down a little bit up and around. Step together, just be. That one more time. We curve, 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 and extend. Drop, swing, and drop it. Toss the arm and leg. We go high diagonal, reach, reach, reach. Just a little down and around. Come together, just be. All right. Okay, Yao, give us some Janet.
Like a moth to a flame burned by the fire. My love is blind, can't you see my desire? That's the way love goes.
Too much coffee, my apologies. Last one, we're gonna try and make a little movement phrase with those weight shifts we did. So it looks a little bit like this. The beginning of this I stole from Jennifer Goggins. So we go, we go, little weight shift forward, forward and side and back together. Other side, forward, side, back together. Last time, forward, side, back. Come together. Here comes this lunge a little faster. Lunge, hop, hop, turn, out. Close. Other side. Forward, side, back, together, and change, side, back, together. Third time, forward, side, back. That leg that closes goes again. Catch, open, close. Ooh, I'm out of cardiovascular endurance. Okay. All right, hit us with some Nirvana, yow.
What else should I be? All apologies. What else could I say? Everyone is gay. What else could I write? I don't have the right. What else should I be? All apologies. In the sun, feels one. In the sun, Mary, Mary. I wish I was like you. Easily amused.
Thank you. All right, y'all, we are officially at time. I'm officially out of breath. Thank you so much for some living room. Who knows what that was? And stay healthy, safe. Bye.
Yay, thank you, Paige. That was so wonderful. I think we're going to do one of our other polls that we weren't able to do earlier. So that should pop up in a second. And then Yao is going to, oh, and there it is. So please take a moment to answer the poll, please. While we're answering, I wanted to thank you, Paige, and thank you for dancing with me. That was fantastic to also see everyone dancing together on my screen. That really, as Patty Isla just said, that rocked. That really did.
Thank you.
So we are going to take a short break to grab some lunch. I've got my sandwich here ready, and feel free to grab something. And here's the second poll, or the results from that poll. It looks like 43% of us are doing okay. Did we have one more poll?
We're good on polls for now. We'll have a few more later. And I think Yao is going to introduce to what could potentially be my favorite part of the day. So bring it on, Yao. Here we go.
Okay, so what we're going to do now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because trying to figure out which computer I'm speaking to right now. But yes, I think I'm speaking to this one. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a lunch break. So I've created a few breakout rooms, or some break rooms out here. So you're all going to be assigned to one randomly. You might be in the 60s, 70s room, 20s, 2000 beyond, or 80s and 90s. And they're all sort of karaoke tailored. So grab your lunch and sing if you like to sing. Here we go. It might be a little longer. Okay, I think I need to come back here because trying to send everyone randomly, but it's not doing it. So you might have to all assign yourself to it. Let me see. Maybe I'm going to assign people randomly.
No worries, Yao. Take your time. We're all on a little lunch break, so no pressure. If it's easier to send us to one room, you could do that too.
Yeah, I think I have to do it one by one right now. So if you can help me assign people. Oh, do you even have control? I'm assigning everyone one by one right now. Do the 60s room. I'm gonna start the karaoke there real quick.
We're good. We're low key. I don't have that function on my end.
¿A qué hora es el resto? ¿Tú estás oyendo todavía? ¿Tú te fuiste ya?
Oh wait, I forgot to assign song music. Sorry.
We might want to give everyone 5 more minutes.
5 more minutes. It's like I went one by one. It's got to be a faster way, but I'll figure it out later.
Well, I don't know about everyone else, but I was really into that. That was great.
Yeah, it's closing up. My room is closing up slowly.
Excellent. We're just waiting for everyone to get back from their rooms.
Okay.
So welcome back, everyone, after lunch. I just wanted to give everyone some reminders to, if you need the closed captioning, you can show subtitle or click full transcripts to see the full transcript in the chat. There's also the chat function. If you're new and joining in, please introduce yourself in the chat function with your name, something about yourself, whatever you would like to share, and your pronouns. And if you have a question, in the chat is the place where you can post those questions. And just a reminder that this is being recorded, and the full transcript of chat and all of the links that we're collecting will be posted later as well. And now I'm going to introduce Yao, who's been our behind the scenes wizard of all things technical, making it happen. So thank you, Yao.
Hello, everyone. Let me do a mic check real quick because I have like 5 mics on over here. So I can make sure there's no feedback. So when I'm here, what I'm going to be doing today is basically just going over what I've learned in the last 2 to 3 weeks of being quarantined in my home with my family. My name is Yao Trung. I was born in Vietnam, and I was a refugee back in the 70s, like around late 70s, and we came here in the US around 1982 when I was 5 years old. And so a lot of this is sort of very familiar feeling to me as a refugee, just the idea of having sort of that being isolated in the space. And so I started to sort of feel like this helplessness almost in a way, and what could I do to be able to continue creating or continue giving back to the community in any way possible. And so I started doing a lot of research on just online platforms. So I'm not an expert at any of this stuff. I just learned how to do sort of using OBS, which is an open online source broadcasting, which I'll show you, and I'll show you exactly where you can look and sort of download this yourself. There are free softwares that you can download and just start playing around with, and you can do live broadcasts from your own home, or you can work with a technician and be able to stream it to their home, and they can basically control what the audience see. But yeah, so we're gonna go over OBS, we're gonna go over CamTwist, which is another free software, which also is very useful in being able to do some live streaming and controlling images of what you see. I don't have my full setup here because I have I want to show you real quick because I am at Links Hall, but I have like a couple of computers running currently, and so they are all sort of being maxed out right now. So I don't want to connect anything else, but I'm just going to sort of demonstrate possibilities and things, and also just share sort of I guess like in a way I'm gonna share a story of my own journey as a refugee and some projects I've worked on in the past while teaching you how to use online streaming. So the first thing I want to also acknowledge too is being quarantined definitely feels, there are things that are still happening in life. Like a friend of mine, a very good friend of mine in Vietnam just lost her husband, and her daughter has lost her father. And they are family to me, and so it just not being able to go out there and sort of comforting them in any way sort of really feels bounding. So we've been sort of just chatting online and Facebook to sort of give her support as well too. But this is one of the books that she was working on with me, and this is a collection. We started recording stories of my dad. So I'm gonna show you some images that we took. I'll show you my dad real quick, who was he was the main pilot, or I guess navigator for the ship. But you can see here, this here's my dad.
Awesome. Yao?
Yeah?
I think Tina might have to be reassigned to captioning. It's all showing up in
okay.
chat. So, but just so you can do that, so you can continue. I love the photos.
Let's see here. Oh man, Tina.
We'll work on it, and we'll work on it on this end. You keep going.
Are you working on that? So I think. Okay, I think Tina has closed captioning now. I think, but yeah. So this is my dad. And he had basically, it was a story about our escape and going to Thailand and Malaysia and sort of being robbed by the Malaysian pirates there. And so we sort of did a replica of the boat that I helped build with Lee Huang Lee, who designed the boat itself here. And so you can sort of see this was at SCIC for her MFA program. So what I will be doing is basically showing you how to use, because I want to do a live showing of this book one day. So I'm going to be showing you how to use the programs to be able to do this. But this is just wanted to show that, you know, I know it's hard and life still goes on in many ways. And so, you know, trying to make sense of all of this as well too. But yes, I'm gonna share a screen real quick with you. Let me see here. It might be a little slow. Like I said, I have like 5 computers running the same internet. Oh, I forgot to do a setting. One thing you'll learn also as well too, to do live stream, you're gonna have to allow your computer a lot of your privacy. Because yeah, they're asking for my settings here to share. Yeah, the one thing also too is a lot of this software, or a lot of this you can also do a lot of research on YouTube, and that's why I basically did is YouTube and just read a lot of websites on this information. But bear with me, I have to allow this computer, I guess, to share my screen, which I thought I did yesterday. Here we go, and it's a little slow. Okay, I think I can allow now. Share screen. Oh man. I think it's gonna ask me to quit this real quick. Okay, it's gonna ask me to quit. So it's a little hard to showcase it. And then because if I quit this, I might be able to jump. Yeah, I'm gonna switch camera. So I'm gonna switch my position here. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so now I am on the host's computer here, and I will share my screen. It's gonna look a little messy because it's the host one. Okay, let's see here. So, let me get rid of some of these things. What you see here, this program here is the OBS program that I am running on. And this right now is actually being broadcast live to YouTube. And with OBS, and so yeah, whatever I'm doing here basically is gonna happen at the live feed on OBS. So you can just basically Google OBS online. Let me see if that pops up there. So OBS, yeah, OBS project I think was it there. But yeah, we can Google it. And then this is the site where you can download. You can download for the Windows, for Mac, or for Linux as well too. And once you get the software itself, it's pretty intuitive. There are a lot of glitches still to it as well too. And so it's there's a learning curve to this program. But I'll show you some of the things that you can do with it. Like you can do a lot of transitions, scenes, so that, let me see here. I'm gonna try, it's little, so I'm trying to get rid of some of these here. So everything you see on the left screen here is basically what is not being live, and everything you see on the right is live. So if I press transition, it's gonna transition over to whatever my screen is on the left here. And you you can do fades of multiple, that you can do multiple fades so that you have whatever, how fast you like the fades to happen, or you can also do a cut as well too. Let me just go back to that regular. So again, everything on the left is not live, but everything on the right is live. So we're going to transition back into that screen. And and I don't know, yeah, I've never taught a class on how to sort of work this. So like I said, it's a learning as well too. As you can see down here, I'm not sure if you see the mouse. Oh yeah, you do, okay. The mouse here, you can see this is where the live stream happens. You would go into your settings if you need to. And then these are all your settings here. And then you go to stream. And here you would get your options of what platform you would like to set it up on. And then you just need to get your stream key link and you paste it on here. And then once you have all of that, you basically go here and you start your live feed. And yeah, and so yeah, so I don't know, like let's see here. I'm just trying to show you here. So you have options over here to sort of insert things that you want to be fed into the computer. So you have a display capture, which basically captures whatever's on the screen. You have your browser, which is going to display whatever is happening on your browsers. And you also have audio inputs here if you want to place your sort of input music into your program or into your live streams. So there's a little bit higher quality of that itself. And then you can also do images and image slides, which basically you can showcase photos of anything you like. And there's also media source and scenes and more video capture, which is basically your camera on your camera that you've connected to your computers, which could be multiple cameras. But yeah, my head might be a little bit everywhere at the moment because I'm sort of like trying to troubleshoot other things at the same time while doing this. So I'm gonna see if I can go back to, I guess, is there any questions right now? Because it's, yeah, it's, because I know it can be overwhelming with all this sort of tech information.
I have a question.
Yes, Anna Martine.
Hey, yeah, thank you so much for doing this. This is great. My question is, what are the platforms that you can use with OBS besides the YouTube one that you showed? But what are
You can do any platform. You can customize it as well too. Like right now I can't show you because this one is running OBS or it's doing the live platform, but you can go to your custom setting in that same setting I showed you earlier. And then like right up here, they'll give you an option to do custom. And then you basically just post in your URL and then your key streaming key in there as well too. So yeah, so any platform at all.
Oh, okay.
You can only do, unfortunately, you can only do one platform at a time, unless there are paid programs that you can do multiple platforms. But I haven't found any free ones yet, so I'm still sort of researching. It's only been 2.5 weeks of learning.
Okay.
But yeah,
Hey,
you can
Yao.
also, yes.
Some people in the chat are asking what the hardware requirements are for this.
Yeah, that's a good question. It like the hardware, like like I said, I'm not a expert at this, so I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly what kind of hardware you would need. Like right now, I ran this on an old MacBook 2015. I've ran this on a so it was, I was able to broadcast from that as well too. So anything, I guess, in 2015, if that answers that question. Let me see here. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Any other questions at the moment? Because
Is the laptop webcam and mic sufficient for this setup?
it can be, but what I would suggest doing, especially for like mics and stuff, is probably either to get a higher quality, either use headsets if you can, or attach. You can attach a mixer or mic directly to your laptop and just do some tests on that. Again, I have been playing around with that a few times here and there with a couple of mics. I've had some success with mostly just headphones at the moment. Some other mics and stuff, sometimes you have to worry about sort of being grounded if you have your power cord plugged straight into your computer, especially MacBooks. For some reason, the design of MacBooks, they place the microphone speakers, the microphones next to the power sort of input as well too. And so you'll get interference, you get a ground interference sound with there. So sometimes you would have to unplug your computer, or you would have to get a DI box to be able to stop the interference from coming in. But yeah, but with cameras, you can definitely use your, I think I personally, especially at this time, just I would encourage everyone just to experiment, and that's what basically I've been doing, is experimenting. My partner and I she's been performing, playing music, sort of her as her outlet as well too. And so we've been sort of doing live performance of that to her church group, so that she can still have that outlet for herself as well too. So yeah, so I would just suggest playing around, and I think the quality of your camera sometimes add a charm to it. Sometimes if it's depending on what it is, you can use. Like, let me see if I can create let me see here. There's what I like to do, I like to play with glitches a lot, or sort of the faultiness of the software. And I can't seem to replicate it now, but there are some cool effects when I take the screen off of the monitor, where it sort of creates like this sort of halo effect on the images and all. But like I said, I would just experiment. I'm not an expert at all this, but I just wanted to share sort of softwares that you can look into and learn. They're pretty intuitive, especially OBS. There's also I think like Streamlab OBS, which is another. It's sort of a cleaner look for OBS, and it's a little bit more user friendly. Yeah, user friendly. So I'm gonna show you. Let me see here. Streamlab. Yeah, so Streamlabs is another online broadcasting free software that you can download as well too. And like I said, this one's a cleaner version of OBS. I feel like there's less options, but again, I haven't explored it fully yet. But yeah, I think, yeah. Any other questions at the moment? For lighting wise, and I also put lighting in there too. Especially now that we have more natural light, so you can sort of do this anytime in a way, sort of leave an echo of yourself after this live stream. I would suggest using sort of any lamps you have if it's a little dark, because with film or with video, it's a little different than live performances, because in video, you want to be able to get the more lights the more light you have in a way, the brighter the light, the lumen in the room, the better quality you'll have, because unless you like that grainy look, then you can go for that darkness of it, then you'll get that green in it itself. But I usually just use a lamp, and yeah, that's pretty much it for most of my. You don't need any sort of fancy lighting for it. You can use anything that just shines light on you in any way possible. And again, the great thing about live streaming or video is that you can actually see it on the camera itself. If you are using anything, you can also attach like a DSL camera to your computer, but you also need a video capturing card for that. A DSL would be a better quality equipment to be able to capture image, because then you can also adjust your settings on there with your white balance and your aperture and the speed of the film itself. So yeah, I think my time is up at the moment, if I'm looking at this correctly.
Can we just answer one more question?
Yeah.
Or, well, just nudge those questions. But the question about what are the advantages of this over, say, Facebook or YouTube aside from transitions?
The advantage is, yeah, I mean, it's another tool. That's the only advantage I can say. You know, I think that if you do it on Facebook, it's, you know, as long as you can tell a story, like, you know, I don't think there's advantages in anything. If you can see a way to use it to tell a story, I would suggest, you know, go with it and play with it and discover with it as well too. Yeah, I mean, you can, like, for example, what you can do is you can do multiple shots with the same camera, because you can set up, you can sort of set up separate camera views of that same camera. Like you can do a close up, a wide shot, a medium shot, and then you can transition in between those shots as well too, to sort of, you know, emphasize maybe something a little bit more that you want to emphasize in the story that you want to tell. But yeah, and you know, I'm here at Links Hall, and I'm always, you know, free to answer any questions if you ever have any, or collaborate with people as well too, if, you know, if you're interested in, because I am planning to do some tests as well too, to try to, you know, see what we can discover with some of these software and programs remotely, have people stream, you know, and for me to be able to sort of do the technical side of it as well too, from behind the scenes of it. But yeah, does that answer the question?
Thanks, Yao. I think we're at time. So just a reminder for everyone that the transcript of this and the recording will be available online. And I think Yao is also available to answer any other specific questions that you might have. So hopefully this gave you a little taste of something that you could be using or could be playing with to see if it works for you. I know there are a lot of different platforms out there, and I think it's just a matter of finding the one that works with you and gels with you best. So if you're new and you're just joining in, please feel free to introduce yourself in the chat function. And also, if you need closed captioning, you can go down to the bottom of your screen and click subtitles, or to view the full transcript, click view full transcript, and it'll show up on the side by the chat. And now I would like to move on to our next portion of our virtual retreat. And I think this will be really, really interesting and beneficial for everyone with Tara Willis. Tara, are you ready?
Yeah, hi everybody. Thank you for taking a half an hour now to have a little more of a creative conversation after that amazing technical presentation and everything else we've done so far. I want to basically start by kind of summarizing some of the things I see happening out there and am hearing from other people as a way of starting the conversation off. So thank you for being generous while I read for a second from some notes I've been collecting. I've actually found it really helpful for myself in the New World Order to hear other folks kind of summarize what they see going on, because there's so much for each of us to process right now, and it's challenging to not just be in my brain jumping between all the different links I'm following and things I'm seeing. And so I'm hoping that this is an interesting starting place, even though of course a lot of it is very, a lot of what I'm going to say is just expressing what we are all already seeing out there. This is also just one way of looking at things, so it may not encompass everything. It's definitely from my perspective. It's just a way of getting into the conversation. And right now I'm going to copy and paste a few questions into the comment section. So as I read my notes verbally, please feel free to think about what your sort of answers to these questions are, and put them in the comment section. I'll try to call on a few folks to express verbally what they're saying in comments, but of course, all of it will be in the transcript, and questions are welcome as well. So here are the questions. Oh, hold on. Everyone, okay. Sorry, they're very spaced out for some reason. And I'll read them at the end of what I'm about to say as well. So this is just a moment. These questions are a way to kind of share what you all are thinking about your creative practice right now. Maybe it can be a concrete thing that's an answer to one of these questions, or a more internal mental shift that you've been making. So the things that I'm seeing, where I'm seeing sort of creative practice come alive, for lack of a better word, in some of the online spaces and in the current situation are, first off, kind of obvious through online classes and workshops, people creating paid systems and free systems for kind of tuning in either live or to recorded content for folks. Some of them are, you know, you following along in your living room and just watching that other person, or sometimes it's, you know, sharing your video so that you kind of feel collected and together in a room. That's causing me to think through a lot of questions about that relationship between the artist or the teacher and the practitioner, or the way that the practice gets shared. Some folks have done this as a way of sort of jumping in to provide a resource that is suddenly missing, or it felt like it was going to be missing right at the beginning of all this. And for some, it's obviously a way of keeping their livelihood going. And for some, it's a totally new aspect of their practice. Some folks are able to monetize it, some folks are not. I've personally never had quite so many class options at my fingertips and so much choice about how much I participate and when, even if it's also impossible to do some of it with the space I have available, without other people in the room, or without getting distracted by something in my space. Another place this is happening is discussions and conversations, the way we kind of keep our creative juices flowing by being in conversation with each other. Of course, there's things being rescheduled, panels and all that kind of stuff, but I feel like there's also a lot of more casual or impromptu gatherings that I've suddenly been a part of with friends or peers who normally would not all be gathering this often. It's, you know, a way of keeping spirits up, but also of keeping that creative conversation opening. I'm finding that suddenly I'm hearing from a lot of folks also that networks that they knew they had but that are not usually activated are suddenly really alive and kicking in the form of like weekly Zoom chats or happy hours or really long text chains they wouldn't normally be having. The other aspect of it is that I feel like one thing we haven't fully figured out is how to turn some of those informal but public facing platforms into actual monetized paid gigs. So while we're still figuring out how to think through artistic labor in these sort of emergency conditions, and also this new digital space, a lot of things are not compensated, I'm finding. And of course that impedes on all of the mental and creative space that I'm sure so many of you are trying to find right now, while of course gigs are disappearing in real time. So I'm also personally getting video chat burnout, so that's another downside. And I'm hearing a lot of folks talk about creating sort of analog forms of creativity or creative exchange, sending chain letters like through snail mail, journaling, spending time that might have been put towards producing a show towards some other part of their practice. So, you know, losing paid work of course means creating more unpaid work. So I know that many folks are filling what would have been art making time with sort of scrambling to find income elsewhere. So, you know, all these puzzle pieces start to really have a sort of domino effect. And then of course performances, you know, I'm so excited by all of the archival footage of amazing performances that is suddenly available. And I'm really curious to see how long it stays that way. And of course, creative ways of creating live performance that I know you all are either creating or watching all the time. Some of them are free, some of them are for a fee. And I'm sure that will all start to shift as this goes on for a longer period of time. I know MCA is really thinking about what it means that most of our stuff is free right now, and what the reality of sustaining that will be. And then, you know, again, it's like some of them are just you watching someone else do something and that person doesn't have that feedback loop with the audience, aside from the little hearts on the screen that you know, are likes or whatever. But also sometimes there's these Zoom spaces where there really is feedback, but there's also a really sort of irritating or beautiful, depending on how you look at it, way of feeling like you're in a bunch of people's kitchens while they cook or do other things. So it really does feel somehow both personal and very distant at the same time. Suddenly something that we might have once called a digital archive is now, we could call it a full-blown festival on the internet. So that changes things. There's no longer that in the room audience, but there's also the ability to have audience members from halfway around the world. So opportunity and challenge all at once. There's a new digital rhythm I've been noticing, which we're all experiencing right now, where the chat box is much faster than the audio sometimes on Zoom conversations. And so I'm trying to think through, as I have conversations with folks about, not only what performance looks like during this time, but what gathering with an audience looks like, and how those are two connected questions, but they're sometimes also separate in certain ways on these virtual spaces. Lastly, this was brought up earlier too. I'm seeing a lot of encouragement out there for folks to slow down and not feel like they have to give in to the expectation that everything they were doing before will go on throughout this. The reality is, of course, people are mourning, grieving, fighting illness, trying to stay well, taking care of family, trying to get to work, finding new income, translating to working digitally, turning into early childhood educators in some ways, and trying to stay safe all day long under circumstances where running a basic errand can be extraordinarily stressful if you're able to at all. So I'll read the questions. Thank you for transcribing what was probably very fast. I apologize for that. So how are you thinking about art making these days? How are you connecting with other people's art making? How are you scaling back, getting specific, or slowing down? How are you expanding, growing, or reworking your art making? What kinds of spaces, networks, ideas, or structures would be generative for your art practice right now? So I see Anna Martine Whitehead has a couple of comments near the top here. Do you want to say any more about that aloud, Martine?
Sure. I don't remember. I think I said, I was echoing Michael about drawing. Yeah, that I've been doing. I think I just generally, in terms of scaling back, I'm scaling back and like not focusing, like getting less focused, like doing things that are meaningless, like making little drawings and GarageBand songs. Making songs on GarageBand is the only thing that I can do for a sustained period. Yeah.
Figuring out.
Oh, and also what you said too about taking class. Yeah, I'm like taking class all the time, which is awesome.
Yeah, like I love what you said about figuring out, like it's also figuring out what you can do for a sustained period. I feel like time is so blurry right now, and there's things that we have to show up for, and then there's also a lot of very ambiguous time passage. Jean Wildest had something to say. Jean, are you out there?
Yeah, I am. Please excuse the Rocky Horror in the background. Yeah, I'm not creating as much anymore, but definitely when I create, I'm doing it through live streams on like Instagram or Facebook and teaching that way as well. And I'm trying to pay attention to the fact that I'm not going to have a lot of people engaged for the whole time that I'm doing something. So I want to always figure out a way to be able to like bring someone in to whatever I'm doing like 20 minutes in and have it still be inviting and accessible. And if it's a class, safe for their bodies, while also still being a challenge and progressional for anyone who's there for the whole time. And it's been very interesting to figure out.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of like learning, and there's so much that's kind of taken away from people's practices. And then there's also all these sort of sudden new things that are added in and things to learn that are by choice, or there's choices that can be made about them. And then some of them are just necessity. And I just, there's a level at which I hope it grows or adds to certain things in the future about how we work if, you know, things are a little more close to what they were before. I see that Joanna Fernans has actually something along those lines to add. I don't know if you're out there, Joanna, about sort of reevaluating what things might look like after, in the quote unquote after. I hear a lot of people saying things like when it's back to normal, and I actually want to talk through what that actually means realistically. Joanna, are you there?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh man, I don't think I want normal again. And I don't have an answer of what that's going to look like at all, but it is pretty dramatic to like hit this wall and then like, you know, sink to the bottom of it and then think, oh, I get to just like piece this back together in an entirely different way. And I'm going to take my time to figure out what that might look like. And I'm really, really interested in putting our heads together and trying to figure out brand new systems, new ways to organize, new ways to figure out how to be in live performance. I also am realizing, I mean, this is just something I know now for a fact, like similar to what you said, Tara, is that like nothing kills my creative motivation like screens. I just, like me personally, I just cannot do very much of this. So yeah, that's just good to know for myself. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'm finding there's, I'm getting very selective about which meetings I have my face visible in. Jess Martin, I think you were mentioning some new things you're trying. So I feel like that's like what I was saying about like there's spaces that are opened up right now. And then there's also things that they're getting filled with that we couldn't have expected. Jess, are you out there? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Thanks to Links Hall, before any of this happened, I had a performance scheduled for June. So I'm trying to get, in a way, I think this will help my audiences if I have weekly classes and they know about it. So it's like stressful that yes, I couldn't do it, but it might in return bring more people interested because I have actual more time to promote it and stuff. So I guess, but then it also gets a little frustrating because then when you ask for suggestions, nobody answers you. So it's like, is this working? Is this going to work? I mean, I have a lot of followers now, but it's still like, I proposed a question to the Facebook page and no one has gotten back to me. So I know we all experience it differently, and I was just hoping that someone would come and say, okay, this is what we want to do, even if it's one person, just to motivate me a little bit more to continue to do it.
Yeah. And, go ahead.
Are you able to unmute me? Because I can't, when I need to speak.
Yeah, I think we both, I think I've unmuted you now, and yeah. Hopefully.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you for that. I feel like there's something like this question of compensation for digital work and recognizing that takes work.
I'm not asking for that right now. I'm just asking for.
No, totally. But what that's something that I was saying, but your point actually brought it up again in a way of like, there is a value to that online work aside from compensation, which is getting followers and getting, you know, the conversation opened and more people hearing it. But yeah, I mean, then there's the reality that people are totally dealing with this in all different ways and are tuned in different ways and to different degrees. I don't know how to fully deal with that yet.
That kind of makes me sad, but at least they have the video to look back on. I'm not doing it live because if I mess up, then I'll feel really guilty. I'll feel really bad about myself. So I don't want to do that. But at least it's there so they can see it. maybe whenever they want to see it.
Right. Yeah, there's a longevity, there's a longer life potentially, even if it's not the live experience, you know, that I feel like some of this digital work will create, hopefully, if we use it right. I'm trying to find the next person's question. Michael Workman had mentioned ideas of public engagement, which is, I think, an interesting point. Michael, do you have more to say about that?
Hello, everybody. I'm not sure if I'm doing it right. Here we go. Come on. I think public engagement was a question before all the pandemic stuff started happening. Like, how do we do it? And it's about accessibility and about equity in a lot of ways that I think still hasn't been answered. And not, you know, while our physical circumstances have changed, I think that stuff is still very much on the table and a part of how we are going to have to go about thinking about it. You know, and I think one of the interesting things about this pandemic that's come up a lot is the sort of Black and brown community is suffering a lot more. They're not getting sort of same information and resources. And I think that that's a big part of how we should be thinking about what we're doing moving forward, is how to create greater equity still. And so while the tools or the manner of engagement has changed, I think some of the big questions are still there, and we should be thinking about those.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Yes to all of that. Nothing to add, really. Taniqua K. Buchanan, are you out there?
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, everybody. How's it going? I feel like I wrote everything down that I wanted to kind of include, but lately I've been dealing with the highs and lows of disappointment from, disappointment and feeling like my moral obligation to stay in the house versus creating. So really what I've been doing is looking at just like a micro exploration of what different parts of my body can look like in more intimate spaces. And I have been a sponge to new music lately. I think that if we what I've been finding joy or sparks of joy is exploring what my body can do in different ways, like photo essays, and collages and music, and not necessarily telling myself as a creator and as an artist you can only do movement and dance-based things. So I find it to be interesting and also a great challenge for me to expound on those new ways to look at the body and movement through different modes of artistic practices.
Yeah. Yeah. I love this micro, what did you call it? Micro explorations thing that you mentioned in your...
Yeah, I recently looked over like my idea of like what intimacy looks like with the hand touching of the face, you know, or how that movement kind of transfers on my body in small spaces and larger spaces. So
yeah. I love that as a strategy for dealing with the like literal change of the space that we have to work within, both in terms of like
I recognize
what can happen in your house.
Hi.
Nice to see you. And what can happen in your house, but also digital, of course, and et cetera, et cetera. I'm seeing a few different comments. I'm sorry to all the folks that are down lower. I'm probably not going to be able to get to everybody. In advance, I apologize. Seeing a few different comments that are referring to some aspect of like internal processing, either really intense brainstorming, really intense anxiety, and sort of thought processing around how to like strategize for both concrete things and like mental creativity. So just wanting to acknowledge all of that like internal work that's happening, another form of like labor that I feel like is overtaking a lot right now. And then on top of that, the work that it just takes to also deal with the change in the first place, regardless of what your situation is or what that change looks like. I also see some resistance to digital platforms, which I love. Thank you for that to a couple of different people. April Butcher. Rika Lynn is also referring to that in a way as a both challenge and opportunity, Ellen, etc. So yeah, all of those forms of processing. Do any one of you that I've just mentioned the name of want to chime in on that point?
Which point?
This idea of resisting the digital move, and what does that mean in terms of like staying, like what does practice look like then, or is that really about staying away from practice as much as you can and processing in some other way?
Yeah, I feel this tension between like my own interests, which is really like analog right now, like music and books. Like I'm reading so much, and like paper is so nice rather than a screen. And then feeling like a commitment to my organization, which is like just what it means to be a presenter in this time when we are not able to gather in person. And I feel like all of us are in this field because we like live presence and we care about live presence. And so it's just a really fascinating challenge, I think, of like, here's this thing that defines our field so centrally that now we're having to readjust. So I feel tension between like my organizational needs and my personal interests.
Yeah, I wonder if there are also any artists who are experiencing that. I don't mean to just like throw a free-for-all question at 160 people, but if there's someone who really, is toggling between sort of career needs and the realities of coping.
Yes.
I mean, everyone probably, but is there one person who really has something to share? April, did you?
Yeah, I guess, well, you transitioned to a new.
Sorry, go for it.
Oh, thank you. I think the biggest like concern that I have, like everyone's mentioned, oh no, I lost my train of thought, is that, you know, there's the level of which I'm realizing my technology is so out of date, you know, so you have the internal work, you have the physical work that you're trying to create, you got to do grants, but then you're going back and you're redoing your, you know, my written statement, stuff that you did in school, I'm like feeling from, you know, years ago, on top of the fact that my technology is not going to essentially assist me any further. So there's a level to which that money now has to go to our technology. How much do we want our funding and our grants to provide to the technology aspects for us to keep enhancing our work instead of, you know, what we used to do, which is just use what we have, try to keep creating more work and all that stuff. So it's a strange balance, and unfortunately it's going to come back to what are the resources that each person has? What is their, what is the word that I'm looking for? But, you know, it's about how much are we, like what Carrie said, how inclusive is it actually going to be? And technology, unfortunately, has always separated that, but now to which where this is vital, how much is it going to be vital money-wise? How much grant-wise, you know, all that stuff. So there's an aspect to this that's personal, and I know it's for everybody, but I'm like, I now have to budget money to get a new computer so I can not have my classes crash when I'm teaching for 4 hours straight. So there's a weird push and, yeah, you know what I'm trying to say, pull and tug right now. So it's a little overwhelming because I don't want my money to go to that. I'm just trying to budget being here, eating food, you know, stuff like that. So I don't know if anybody has any furthering with that, but yeah.
Can I jump in on that real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked to a few groups as well too, and we sort of been looking into ways of putting packages of tech together to be able to do like drop-offs in a way too. So I mean, that's something that it's sort of been in the talk, at least within my own circle of field, and trying to see if there's a way to implement that safely without, and yeah, so that's, I mean, so I know that, there is still things out there figuring out, but tech-wise, hopefully one day we'll be able to figure out how to sort of, bring resources to people who don't have that capability, and so that, it'll be another tool for people to be able to use.
Thank you, Yao. Kind of pivoting away from that tech question, I'm wondering if anyone has another strategy you've been using to, or thought that you've started in your head about how to actually continue practicing in some way that is more analog or somehow avoids that. And I know that might be in the creative space right now and not attached to this really urgent question of money, but I think, there's so many organizations on this call right now. So I think if there's another strategy, and that might be your personal practice or a way of collaborating across groups that maybe doesn't rely so heavily on technology, that someone might want to share.
Just to throw it out there, I really am a fan of one-on-one audience engagement practices. So there have been some instances of this. And I like the idea too, a lot of neighbors in my neighborhood have been organizing just to sort of feel better these walk tours in which people will put stuff up in their windows or sort of treasure hunt style things. And I love that idea that you can still have an audience engagement, but it's not necessarily a mass group. So thinking about how to accomplish some of that, like the Train Biennial, I think is a really good example of a organization that is every year puts on a yard exhibition at people's houses throughout the city. So there's ways, I think, to sort of still have audience engagement and not necessarily assemble that I find really fascinating.
Anyone else in this last minute? All right, that's the place for work. Thank you guys. I'm gonna pass it on now. Sorry, I can't find my schedule. I believe I'm passing it to Ginger and Sean of Chicago Dance Makers Forum, sorry, for our town hall section. Thank you all.
Okay. Thanks so much, Tara. Sean, do you want to, we start with the another poll, right?
Yes, we can do that now. Possibly. Hello. We might want to go introduce this section, what the town hall is, while I'm getting that set up.
So, in many ways, we've already been doing these in various other sections in various ways, but we just wanted to talk with people about uncertainty, about the human experience of living with uncertainty, and how we as artists and as humans are navigating that, and sort of support one another with questions, ideas, and strategies. And our poll, this poll is sort of related to mental, emotional well-being. I feel like a big part of what this day is doing for me anyway, just seeing all of your faces and hearing your voices and hearing you think and feel is, it just feels good to have a sense that we're not alone, and that there's a collectivity, that there's a community of people here that care about each other and that share a lot and can help each other in small ways and large ways. So that's a big part of the day for me. So
excellent. I think it will come up shortly.
Oh, it's up. I see it. Oh no, it looks like it's showing the previous one, Sean.
Yeah. We're fixing that now.
So I don't know if you're working on that technically, Sean. Do you want me to lead off and then you can go?
Sure.
So I guess I've been thinking about a lot of things. So I sort of, one of the main things that really struck me when this began to sink in, the length of time that we were going to be in this situation, I found myself thinking a lot about my experience of being a young mother and how much like it how much like that this was in being suddenly and abruptly cut off from communication with others, other than an infant or a very small person. Obviously, that's not part of my experience right now, but I know that it is for many people, and I know that men have these experiences as well. But the sudden experience of needing to organize a day, a space, a series of activities, the caring for family and home and self, while feeling really separated. So I also found that my patterns were sort of leaning towards some things that I had forgotten about, that I'm certain were things that my mother did for me, which I'm really grateful for. So I sort of divided my thinking into things about dance-related, sort of the dance-related categories of time, space, and body. And would love to know from all of you, how you're thinking about those things, how you're managing those things. I think, one of the things I'm finding myself doing is subdividing my day. So thinking about the time overall and finding some things that take several days to complete, some things that take 5 minutes to complete, some things that fill a dangle of an hour and a half, like sort of different kinds of durations in my activities. And also creating maybe some shape for my day, and also, and I encourage you to do the same, being completely forgiving yourselves if you don't do what you thought you were going to do. I think that's really, forgiveness just in general is important around this whole thing. I think the other thing is about, for me, a small thing has been about finding places in my home, different places with different viewpoints, or reorienting the place that I'm in if I'm in a small space so that I'm sitting in a different facing. Much like the way you want to refresh something when you're making a dance is to change the focus, change the frame, change the timescape. Those things I've found to be really helpful at home. And then caring for your body, right? Take the time. There's time. Sleep, bathe, enjoy the tactile experience of caring for your own body. Eat, enjoy your food while you're eating it. Don't do something else, just eat. Those kinds of really simple, basic sort of life analog. People have been saying analog a lot, but it's even more than that. There's also tactile, do things that are tactile, lie on the rug, do your laundry, put your face in the warm towel, just anything that balances some of this sort of flat frontal. Anna Martine was speaking the other day, feeling like the back side of her body, she feels like is not getting any attention at all, where usually it's much more part of her world, and now everything's, chest up in front. So thinking about your body in that way. And also, I think exercising the possibility of thinking in 3 dimensions when you're in a space that requires that you spend so much time imagining it by looking into a flat screen. So those are some of the things that I've been thinking about. And then, I guess also just think of being forgiving in all the ways. Notice what your body wants during the course of a day, whether it's rest or activity, find a way to sweat, those things. But I think also, if you're a person who must do things, do them. If you're a person who just feels completely like the wind is out of your sails, rest. This won't last forever, although we know things will be different later. But listen to your own urges and follow them. I think, just to finish my thoughts, I think although this is not the traditional form of reflection or retreat, reflection and retreat always contains a lot of discomfort because it's so different from activity. And even when it's embarked upon in the best of circumstances, reflection and retreat is challenging. And it also is the space where that nourishes creativity more than almost anything else. Honestly, there's a lot of actual, I don't want to call up the science, but there's a lot of research that suggests that time spent in undirected contemplation really feeds a creative life. So I hope everyone can look upon this through the fear and the anxiety and the real issues of life, supporting your livelihood, and experience the possibility of retreat and regeneration.
Great, thank you so much, Ginger. So again, this is the Uncertainty Town Hall from Chicago Dance Makers Forum. My name is Sean, I'm the Programs and Communications Director. Ginger, we just heard from, is Executive Director. Also in this, we have Jumani Taylor, lab artist, 2017, is that right, Jumani? 2017, 2018, yeah. And also Yolanda, who's a consortium member / mentor for the program and is also at HCL. So we'll hear from both of them as well. And then we will open it up. We'll have some questions, similar format to the previous session, but we'll open it up to that, and then we'll have your questions at the end of this session. But I'm quickly gonna bring us to a story. So 1 or 2 thumbs up if you're ready for a quick little story. All right, I see a couple thumbs. All right, so here we go. I'm going to share my screen. All right, are people seeing this photo? Yeah. All right, so I'm going to bring you back. So I was a Fulbright scholar in Egypt in 2012. I had been there a few times before, joining friends in the revolution and some other things. Came back in 2012 and was told, I was teaching 6 classes and was told that I needed to have a 30-minute performance ready for the Minister of Culture and some other important people, a 30-minute performance ready by December. It gave me about 3 months with my 6 classes to do this. Put together a plan. I was introducing American dance, dealing with issues of there's no running water in the facility, none of the outlets work, so everything's on battery, there's no electricity. So I thought those were the problems we were overcoming. I kept asking, when is the performance in December? They're like, we don't know, sometime in December. It's getting closer, I keep asking, when in December is this big show that we've been, my whole purpose for being here? Still, no one knows. It's December 10th, still no one knows. Everything is uncertain. I am starting to completely panic, and I realize that I am the only one in this huge facility that is concerned. I had my whole schedule, lesson plans, everything going. Finally, we get to December 17th, and they say there's no show. The Minister of Culture has now asked for Pinocchio, and the rest of us are doing a 1-hour evaluation of all the students that they have to have completely memorized within a week, and the teachers cannot help them. A completely new goal. Everything is freaking out. Everybody else is totally calm. And I realize that me and my American sense of planning and timing is getting in the way. Everyone else in the situation is totally thriving. And they were like, Sean, what do you have? You have the students and you have 1 week. You have a new goal. It's okay. It's okay to have a new goal. What can you do in the week? And I was like, we wasted so much time. We could have been doing this. If I would have known that this was coming, I would have done it differently. And they were like, it doesn't matter. You can mourn your goal. It's fine. You can be sad that didn't happen, but now there's a new goal and it's okay. And it can be exciting. And they reminded me that there can be a next best goal and that you can find your own strategies for getting there. You might have to drop a goal, and that's okay, and to look at the bigger picture. So outside, what was happening is there's a revolution going on outside. McDonald's is still open. You can still get your self-care. I needed my little soft serve ice cream cone, and they're still serving your soft serve ice cream You can still get that. And you know, the government is putting up walls everywhere, huge concrete walls, but you can work with that. You can decorate them. You can make that a place of meeting. You can do more with what is available. That it's okay, as long as we're able to communicate, even within our small group first. So who's around us, make sure they're okay. Do they know when to come to the square? Do they know where the hospital is, you know, where to go through security? But then start with your small group first. Then how do we communicate broader? So is it Twitter that we're all going to use? Is it a website? Where's the one place we all can go for the latest information? Because we know things are going to change. Our feelings are going to change in a certain minute. We saw that in that last poll. Some of us were like, I'm feeling all three of those emotions within the same hour, right? So where's that central place of communication, and how can we help one another during that time? And where is that communication where is it clear, knowing that it's going to be so uncertain, and that it's okay. It's okay to be uncertain. So that was my big lesson. I was being like the one American lady freaking out about the plan and the calendar. After 3 years, I stopped using a calendar completely and was just like, hey, who wants to make art today? Anyone have a show? No? Yeah, you get a show? Oh, that show's booked. So doing things on the fly in a most beautiful way, that's one huge lesson I learned from my time in Egypt. So I just wanted to share that quick story of like being in an uncertain world can be beautiful. Jumani, do you want to share a little bit your thoughts about uncertainty?
Sure, for sure. During this time, I guess it feels a little bit uncertain because we don't know exactly what the end result will be, but it's only interesting and not so uncertain because that general idea is life. We don't know what the end result is going to be, the event, period. You know, we can set things up, we can make plans, but I think my internet is unstable. But, you know, we have to make sure, at least I am trying to make sure that I am redefining or refining my purpose every day. And of course, I think the big thing for dancers, artists, at least a lot of artists I know, is just the funding aspect, the money aspect, how can we keep on living? But again, with the uncertainty aspect, it all amounts to faith for me, and that is what I've always believed, not in a particular direction, but just faith in who I am and the purpose I have here. I am feeling uncertain like all of us, but I'm also really, really, really just trying to be thankful and taking advantage of this time. I believe that God of the universe creates and makes.
We lost you a little bit. Monty, can you back?
And we all here, you know, for a reason. I'm hearing this. Am I there?
I can hear you now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know. It's just about maintaining the faith. It's just about maintaining the faith within the practice and with oneself. Really within oneself, though. Not, you know, I don't know how many layers you think, you know, you are, but really getting in tune and just refining that for whenever God or the universe or the earth, however you want to think of it, allows you back into that energy. So it's a trying time, but learning within the starving artist community, being involved with that history, this just kind of reminds me of the times when we didn't know where the next gig was, where the next class was, where anything, the next meal would be. So it's just, again, like I'm saying, refining the purpose out here. I don't think I should maybe shuffle it all just because of my connection.
Are you ready though? Do you have your shoes on?
I can always shuffle, yeah.
All right, we may have to do that though.
All right.
We'll make this connection work. You got your shoes on, we're ready to roll. But let's go to Yolanda maybe.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Joanne and Sean and Ginger. I have the strange vantage of being a dual citizen, which has given me the view of what it might look like a few months out. I'm the only one here, and everyone in my family is either in Madrid or in Rome. So I have other stories that I'm holding inside, and so it's strange, but it's a known experience that I think many people, in our dance community already have, just differently. So I'm thinking a lot about what are my obligations to others, and at the same time honoring the need for self-care, right? So when I think of the passage of time, and I think of this metaphor about the war, the war against coronavirus, the virus, that's really snapped for me. I'm really tired of that narrative, and I think a lot about courage. So I think about courage and responsibility. Should I wear a mask when I'm doing my long walks? Courage to me means knowing when to endure or when to fear, for the right purpose, at the right time, and in the right manner. And those are things I repeat to myself every day, because that's giving me something to hold onto and to respond appropriately. Because I think everyone is responding the way that they can, the best way. So I've appreciated all previous encouragement to slow down or to go into producing frenzy. It's appropriate according to where you are at this point. As far as seeing forward, as I mentioned, I have members in my family who are first responders, medics, so forth. This is a population that has astronomical deaths. Morgues where I used to go dancing only 3 months ago with my cousins. It's hard. It's hard because the proximity is different in other cultures where there's a little bit more of a communal necessity or practice. So when I think about the slow re-entry that I know we will get to, I think about how to prepare for that. And so that helps me also keep the work meaningful at HCL. I think of maybe not projection and predicting, I think more of a periscope look, looking far out from under this and preparing now so that people have, yes, hope, but something specific, like a beacon to call them and suggest some sort of direction to get through and out. And that's what I have to offer mostly. And I'm being really nourished and affirmed by everything that's been said right now. So I hope that's of use.
Awesome. Thank you, Yolanda. Jumani, just checking in. Do you want to, are you feeling it? You want to wait?
You so risky, Sean.
I know. I see you. I see you set up.
Wait. Wait, hold on. No, this is my practice space.
Okay.
My apartment. I gotta check my live out sometimes, you know.
Well, we appreciate you, Jumani. We're gonna go into some questions. I'll do a screen share again. But what we're wanting is for everyone on the line. I think we got 153 people. So this is gonna be a mad chat dash. But we're gonna put up the question and we're gonna try to get everyone to put some sort of response. So you can respond directly to the question that we post. You can go on a tangent. You can answer somebody else. You can even post your own question, but we're gonna start with the first question. And while people are typing, maybe Ginger, Yolanda, Jumani, feel free to answer with your audio. Sounds good? All right, I'm gonna bring us our first question. Make sure you can all see it. Everyone sees the first question?
Only part of it. I don't see the whole thing, Sean. I see you perceiving is what the
Is it cut off for everybody?
question is. How are you perceiving the passage of time? Planning around benchmarks and crises and internal state rather than calendar months and dates. How are you perceiving and working with the passage of time?
Wait. There, is that better?
Yeah, good. Yeah, oh, great.
So we're hearing a lot of people saying that time is going so slow and yet speeds by every day. Some people feel like this has been going on for 3 million years. People are taking it one day at a time. Somebody's keeping a log of what I have to do when. Such a good idea.
Yeah, the simultaneity of slow and fast. A lot of people are experiencing that it's both things at once. Yes, to patience and flexibility.
General awareness, I'm able to keep track of days and weeks, but I'm hyper aware of each moment of what I'm doing. Living in the present moment rather than looking backwards or forwards. So much collapsing of time, density of time, and then on walks, immense openness. It's different every day. Some days I feel productive and others I don't. Watching the flowers come and bloom, things green out, and that brings me comfort.
There's said time as opening.
Say that again. I'm having a hard time. Can you remove your hand there?
I'm horrible.
No, it's good. I just
taking it. Jason Howard. I like what he said there.
I can't. I don't have the chat open. So can you read that?
I think I said it. Time as opening, taking it day by day, listening to the birds, the wind, rustle of the trees, the insects at night, the passage of the clouds and its shadows, listening to the breath. Time as opening.
Tiny rituals I establish for myself within the fluidity. I'm trying to give my personal practice and work, lunch beers, morning reading, weekly and daily FaceTimes with friends.
I like Tu Libera. Thinking of time does not make sense to me. I listen to my stomach. So good. That's body listening.
Let's do it all.
Me personally, I've tried to go back to what I did in Egypt and not be so heavy related on the calendar, but to really think about the benchmarks of each week, each day. What are those benchmarks? At least what's that basic to-do list? And what are the benchmarks with, you know, Dr. Fauci said, you don't make the timeline, the virus does. So what is that virus's timeline? We can't guess, but we know what the sort of benchmarks are. Can I plan based on that? So Yolanda, Ginger, do you have any thoughts on time?
I think I sort of spoke mine already. I'm noticing someone saying here, using water as a healing and cleansing practice. That's from Destine Young. Very nice. I think the you know, sensing the passage of time rather than trying to create it.
Yeah, I would add that when I think of perceiving the passage of time, it really means to stay observant of it. And again, as I was thinking before about knowing the right time to do something with it. So it's important to just not lose track of time, but it doesn't mean that you have to use it in order to control it, because that's not going to happen.
All right, I'm going to move us forward a little bit, but anyone can move us back if they want to continue. But the next question is, how are you living in your space, sharing your space with those around you, thinking about space? So the first question was about time, and now we're thinking about spatial elements. And let's type.
Jumani, does someone live under your floor?
I was just about to speak on that, Ginger. Oh my God. So I live in the basement garden unit or whatever. So I at least have that, but I do have to be mindful of the, you know, upstairs. I only use it as an excuse if I have to tap this. I'm doing some online work or I'm doing online classes. Just, you know, recognizing.
Yeah, if you could just move your hand, Jumani, I'm having a little hard time with the hand.
I'm sorry.
It's
I'm
all
just
right.
missing my hands.
We have lots of dance parties with the kids all alongside, hiding from them and napping. Space is blended, there's no more boundaries.
I don't have the chat, so we have to read some things out loud.
Yeah.
If somebody is moving, the apartment feels different because they've rolled away all the carpets and pushed all the furniture to the corners, attempting to make a dance space. I find I need to move rooms a lot, changing perspectives on space as mentioned earlier. A lot of people have tight space or tiny spaces.
I've personally found it having two senses. So one is like we're seeing into everybody's world and it's connecting. It's a very rare year because Pesach, Passover, Easter, and Ramadan are all almost at the same time. So as we're looking into people's homes, we're seeing them preparing for these types of events in their lives, but also sometimes feels really invasive, like I'm in your world now. So I'm having that issue of virtual space being almost like forcing myself into other people's worlds sometimes. It has this sense to me. Yolanda, Ginger, you have thoughts on space?
I think having places, different areas of the house where I can do different kinds of things is really helping me. I also find that, because we're trying to stay so connected with people, I find it really helpful to use a headset so that I can walk around when I'm talking. So that sometimes like makes me feel a little bit freer and puts me in a different kind of headspace.
I'm more for me, the space is the same. I feel really lucky. I don't have housing insecurity, and I think a lot about people I know who do. So I think most about that contrast. So my space is also thanks to the generosity of people who are giving
All right, let me just mute. Wait, Yao, can you mute them?
Unity and community. House is you.
1 second. There we go. That's a preview for what's coming up in a few minutes.
Less about the holidays as much as that I'm very mindful of, I cook all my meals. I'm not an outside eater, and all of a sudden my building has lots of different smells because I think people are finally giving in and cooking, which is an interesting way of how we're entering one another's spaces.
A lot of people are finding working from home with their partners or spouses or roommates has been a challenge. If they can find space on a porch or in a backyard or outside, it's been really nice with the nice weather and things. People with pets are like, what's happening? Why are you here all the time?
Well, I think it's also interesting. People are learning the natural. Like a number of people are talking about their spouses and their pets and their children, but that they're learning the natural rhythms of their partners in a way that they haven't experienced before, because that's been happening. Pieces of their lives have been happening elsewhere. I'm really experiencing that. My husband and I fall asleep in maybe totally different times of day if there's nothing tying us to the daytime schedule. I'm also aware that, there are a lot of people parenting and teaching children during this period of time, and that these questions around time and space and activities are, a new enormous challenge for those families. So.
One thing that's not been said that I think about is, just because I do live alone most of the time, is the protecting one's space must be quite different. And especially as we allow in things like Zoom, what in the past has been a private space has to be open. And I think about that. So it's more of an existential idea of space. And I still rely on the outdoors and being under the sky. That's really where I find my peace, not indoors.
I'm really relating to a lot of the conversation about 6 foot. I mean, dancers are pretty sensitive to space and distance, and some people know what 6 feet is better than others. And it's a strange way to move through the world, which I haven't been outside in a while because my neighborhood is so populated. But the experience of moving through your neighborhood, trying to be a certain distance from one another and still somehow convey a feeling of friendliness is really strange, And people are afraid not of each other, but of the virus. But everything about body language and social behavior suggests that how we're acting is afraid of each other, which is hard to do.
So we have one final question here, but I think it's kind of over-encompassing. So that's not the word. You know the word I'm trying. But maybe what we'll do is we'll kind of overlap this with people's questions. So if you have your own questions you want to pose to all 141 of us, please pose those questions in the chat and Katie will speak those. And you can also answer the question that we have posed, which is, how are you weathering these significant changes at your organization or in your practice? So change, uncertainty, how are you weathering those?
A question that we had from earlier on in the chat from Jessica Martin was asking about the future of contact improvisation. What is the future of this art form in a time when we're told to social distance?
We're just going to have to hold steady and see. I mean, I think there are definitely better resources than me to learn about how this is going to progress in terms of the virus itself, but it's not going to last forever. But it might be a while. I think, this sort of is this thinking about how I'm thinking about Chicago Dance Makers Forum, this organization, is to just really try to hold steady for now, continue to absorb new information, but don't make a lot of big decisions. Think about various potential futures and let those thoughts sort of sit next to one another, even if they don't align, and just hold steady. It's an exercise in patience, and it can be uncomfortable, but it can be done. That's all.
Another question, Michael Workman is asking, how has this pandemic changed how you engage your practice in a more permanent way?
That's a great question. I guess, is the question like, what do you want to keep? Like what Joanna Fernans was talking about earlier. Are there things that you're learning that you would like to sustain after this moment? Is that the question?
Yeah. I think that's appropriate.
Yeah.
Good way to think about it. As it's sort of hitting us now, and how we're thinking about it. Like, do you guys like doing the workshops online more? Is it like things like that? Like, how is it shifting collectively and individually how we're thinking about what this all means long term?
As an individual, I feel like I'm really aware how much time I don't need to spend online usually.
Yeah.
The amount of spinning your wheels that you're doing when you're online is significant, and because now I want to get offline because there's so much of the world. I realize actually the work that needs to be done can be done much more brief, productive segments.
Forced online a lot more than we have historically.
Yeah.
So Mackenzie says, I'm feeling stuck since there's many questions left unanswered, which is completely understandable, but it is still a new feeling that I'm trying to work through. I'm trying to plan without dates and continue to work on flexibility and also teach flexibility to those around me.
I'm feeling optimistic about a renaissance of live performance when it's safe to come out. I think everybody is already so sick of meeting in virtual spaces. I just think there's going to be a hunger for live performance. I know it'll be a slow ramp up to when we can all meet in real spaces. We'll probably take steps back before everything's back to quote unquote normal. But I think there's going to be a time where like everyone realizes just how much we needed each other, and we don't want to stay home and watch Netflix. We don't want to stream things anymore. We want to be together, and I'm so excited about that moment.
Yeah, I want to say also that I think one of the beauty of live performance is so so much more poignant, I think, to all of us, and richer. Our understanding of its beauty is just really coming through in these moments of deprivation, right? I also think that it's really, there are so many things that are important right now, and there's so many things that are difficult that are more revealed than usual. But there's always difficulty in the world. Much of it we're not paying attention to a lot of the time. But I think that even in those, and it can be difficult to think about art as centrally important in moments like this, but it is essentially important. The expression that will come from this period are the artists, all of you, your reflections on what occurred during this time when it's behind us, and what kind of art comes forward after this deep reservoir of time has passed, are going to really are really going to be important to humans to process what's occurred, to remember it, to identify it, and to drive change.
That's exactly, to bring back to the Egypt story. I mean, it was so filled with art, even farmers doing pop-up installation and, you know, like sculpture, murals, dance protests, like everything was led by artists. And I think that was just the leaders in the uncertainty time were the artists. So that's one takeaway that was part of it. We have one last minute. Jumani, Yolanda, you have any last words for this section here?
Yeah, can you hear me? I hope you all and whoever is like, yeah, I can't wait for live performance again. I hope that you all keep your word for real, because as far as the field I work in, you know, there's like always one person in SAP class, or there's, you know, it's a handful of people in the audience. Me personally, to go see dance, I don't need an invitation. I just need an introduction. I just need to know who you are, and I'll do my own research and then come see you. But I just hope that, you know, this hunger and need for live performance continues on after we get back.
Yeah, I was just gonna affirm that, because I'm thinking that this new platform is broadening access, and we all are responsible to one another to carry it with us when we revert to a new normalcy, who is not in a house, and how we can improve that. Because I am continuing to think about access, which now is a larger portal, but when it closes, what are we gonna do about that?
Yeah. Well, oh yeah, I think it's time for us to wrap up and do a little bit more live action now with the DJ and so forth. But I just want to say, you know, I love all of you. It's been so great to be here with you today. Thanks for participating.
Please stay online, everybody. At the end, we'll have one final poll and some thank yous. Julianne, do you want to introduce, or shall I?
Sure. This is Oliver Fade Taurus DJing and Brave Monk from Brave Soul Movement, leading us in some dance. They've both been involved with Pivot Arts through the Rosina Project, and I'm thrilled to have them lead us in a final celebration.
Good, y'all. So really, I just want to be in the spirit of moving it together with everyone. So I ask that wherever you are, you make a little space so that you can move around, so that we can really utilize our energies as people, as beings, as artists, to move and create, because this is what we do. We know our intentions are powerful, our words are powerful. So I just allow you to get open in your body, roll through your limbs. However you move your limbs, I want you to move your head, move your arms, move your torso, whatever. I just want you to do something that feels good to you, that feels natural, that feels fluid, that feels nice. And if you can get the music up a little bit, the same way we take steps, the same way we move in life, want you to move with presence. I want you to hear. I want you to see. I want you to feel. Reach your hands up out towards the sky in your space. Melt it down, say hello. You can touch the ground, you can see how to rock. There's no right or wrong, there just is. I also want you to remember that people are the power, people are the resource. I appreciate people. I put value in the people, not things, in the people. So I was happy to be here. And whatever kind of footwork steps you want to move, you can move. You can do heel, shuffle, toes, you can rock. But I want you to just be in motion and movement. Close your eyes. You're not even, it doesn't matter that you see me, it just matters that you feel and you connect. Know that we're all moving together in one accord. Even if we can't hear the music, we are the music. We have the music. Our heart is the music. Spin around 360 degrees because you see in 3 dimensions, in multi-dimensions, not in 1, not in 2, but in many. Try to keep the sound up, keep it in our heart, keep it moving.
Alrighty, hello friends.
If it does you joy to see me move, and you can just...
Yeah, can everyone mute their mic right now until like you have to?
However you feel led. You know that movement connects us. Breath connects us. So I want you to breathe. Put it in your belly. Breathe. Inhale. Breathe. Scoop in the air. Put it in your body. Scoop in the air. Put it in your body. Scoop in the air. Put it in your body. When I do this, I'm feeding the heart. I'm feeding the soul. I want you to bring the energy into your soul. Now I want you to give some out to everyone on this live stream, to everyone in your neighborhood, everyone in your family, everyone in the world. Look down the heart. Sometimes we need to give.
You can talk, you can sing. If you can walk, you can dance. I believe that rhythm and movement is natural in our bodies. Dance is a primal form of communication and is very deeply rooted in us. Singing and dancing together is what binds a community together. It is a way of expressing joy, sorrow, and passion. If you can talk, you can sing. If you can walk, you can dance. If you can talk, you can sing. If you can walk, you can dance. It has been recorded since before the dawn of time that spiritual leaders and healers were first dancers. And in many cases, the dances of Africa are thousands of years old. And I pay homage to the ancestors and elders of this tradition. Traditionally, certain dances were used specifically for healing body, mind, or spirit. These dances come from a people who did not separate spirituality from everyday life. African dances were performed for any significant event or rite of passage, from birth to death.
I want you to smile in your soul, smile in your heart, smile through your movement. Really allow the body to smile, release that breath.
In my own life, African healing dance has liberated my spirit.
Off your center.
And tuning in and honoring of the body. The body has its own wisdom and can be trusted. African healing dance has helped me bring balance to my own being. Certain dances have developed.
Once you find emotion, repeat the motion. Really dig into that motion. Let it build up.
Qualities of softness and healing. And running through it all is the and running through it all is this exquisite subtleness.
That's mine.
Baby, can you smile? Smile. Baby, can you smile? Hey. Oh, do you need glass of dinner?
With all your limbs.
Oh, baby. Oh, music song, baby, baby. Put your hand
No, some of y'all from Chicago, so y'all know what this is. Nah, it's all good. You learn from each other. You grow from each other. When you learn from each other, you go from each other. You grow from each other. You grow.
Keep on being massage.
That feeling, I just want to allow space to be a feeling of freedom, of feeling and freedom, of connection, of moving, of sweating, of breathing, of living, of giving, of receiving, of easing. We can pump it up. We can pump it up. We can pump it up. We can pump it up.
What is house?
Movement, connection, feeling,
Body
living.
motion, swirls and spins, beats and BPMs. House is rhythm and style. Converse on your feet, towels in your back pocket. Unique expressions of one's individuality, wrapped in house finesse and a dancing sensibility. House is powerful. House is freedom. House is my release. Unity and community. House is you. House is me. What is
Just for a couple of minutes, I want you to get lost in your own space.
Come as you are, be free.
Close your eyes if you need to.
House is culture.
Amplify the sign in your mind and your heart.
Peace, love, fellowship. House is a damn design. House. House is powerful. House is freedom. House is my release. Unity and community. House is you. House is me. House is WMC. Mikasa House in the Park. Chosen Few Festival. House is Chicago, New York, Atlanta, Baltimore, South Africa, Europe, Asia, and so much more. House is worldwide. What is house? House is free. House is powerful. House is my release. Unity and community. House is you. House is me. House is disco, classic, soulful, Afro, funk, R&B. Can't put it in a box. House is CDs, LPs, CDJs, and MP3s. House is music made creatively. House is sexy. Have you ever seen house people? Sensual movements, carnal pulsations flowing through you. House is how I move. House is powerful. House is freedom. House is my release. Unity and community. House is you. House is me. What is house? House is those DJs, my sound conductors, my groove transmitters, conducting symphonies of dancing bodies. They are my heavy hitters. House is my safe place, my refuge, where I go to lay my burdens down. My walls, my friends, I throw my cares away and get lost in sound waves. House is. House is powerful. House is freedom. House is my release. Unity and community. House is you. House is me. What is house? House is spiritual, soothing, healing. My medicine when my soul is healed. House is the DJs, the dances, the music, the culture, the history. Like hip-hop cyphers, we gather together. And instead of spitting rhymes, we drop rhythms in our movement. The dance floor is our canvas. And we draw
As we begin
what is house?
to fold out, I want you to remember that we as people are the resource. We are the value. And it really is about us as a community more than ever, being united, connecting with people. And like I say, I value people over things all day, every day. And so I just want to end on these affirmations. Everybody say peace. And I do this peace united. So peace. We're going to close it up like this. Everybody say unity.
Peace, Brave.
Much love. Everybody say love. And I always want you to say having fun, because this is where we conjure that good energy. And that is contagious. It's its own vibratory frequency. Peace, unity, love, and having fun. And one more time, we're going to seal it off for the third time. Everybody say peace, unity, love, and always having fun. To me, to yours, and from my people to your people, and back and forth. I thank you all for joining me. This is Brave Monk. You can catch me on all social media at Brave Monk, BRAVEMONK, spelled exactly that way. I do have some virtual classes that are currently up online, and I have some more coming. Or if you just want to connect and build, I'm down to do movement exchanges, barter, whatever we need to do as people. Also, guys, want you guys to give a nice round of applause to DJ Oliver Fade. Holding it down. Yes, in studio, y'all. This is what it is. Remember to keep movement and dancing your practice. I love each and every one of you all. Although I didn't get a chance to meet all 100, over almost 150 so plus of you all that came on. I would love, and I invite you guys to connect with me personally. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna hand it over. That's my time, y'all. It was a pleasure moving and grooving with you all. All right, let's connect. Let's shift in a powerful direction from here into forever, ever, ever, ever.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everyone. It's Serinda from See Chicago Dance. I wanted to thank you all for being so open and honest and joining us and sharing and
bringing our community together in a way that we haven't really come together before. And I really feel that, and I need it right now. And I needed these moments of movement. So thank you to Paige. Thank you to Brave Monk. Thank you to Gao for making all of the technical things happen. Thank you to all of the organizations who worked together as a collective in a way that we haven't done before, I think, and sharing the responsibility of creating this event and moment for sharing and community. And I thank all of you, and I'm so appreciative to get to know everyone even more. So reach out to all of us, and just a reminder that the full transcript and recording of this will be posted online. I also wanted to tell everyone that we'll be sending out a short survey to ask you what you thought was helpful, what other things you might like to see. So See Chicago Dance will be sending that survey out to everyone whose information that we have. And also to let you know that See Chicago Dance will be sharing that information with all of the other organizations who co-produced this event, so that we can use the information that we gather to help the community even more. So I know that we want to do one last poll, if we're ready for that. And otherwise, please connect with us, and thank you so much.
Yay. Hey, Yao, are you there? No.
I am. The poll should be popping up on people's window one by one, I think. For some while to pop up, but it is started, so hopefully.
And can we just do a special shout out to Yao and the count of 3, everybody who did the most work putting this massive day together. So.
Yay! Yay! Bravo, Joe.
Thank you, everyone.
Everybody wave one more time. Good screen. Good screenshot is good. Oh, wow, this is awesome. Wait a minute. Now everybody's popping up. Cheesy. I know. Love it. Love it.
If anyone's seen,
I have not seen it yet, but we can just do it as a follow-up if it doesn't pop up.
let me end it and restart it again.
There we go.
Oh no, I just ended it.
Oh, I can relaunch it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Relaunch.
Here we go. So it's hard to pick, but most useful session.
Belinda, yes, this was recorded and it'll go out and you'll see it all. If we have your email, you'll see it go out. But if you check on any of our organizations pages, you'll see the full transcript and recording as well.
Probably will take a few days, and we're aiming for Friday.
I just want to give a special thank you to Sean, Surinder, Katie, Yao, everyone who is a moderator today and really tracking all of the chats, all of the questions, everything coming at them at once. We really appreciate you guiding us through this conversation. We couldn't have done it without you.
And to Elise and Tina for the accessibility, the captioning and other aspects to this. All right, I'm going to close it in 3, 2, 1. Full close.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Take care. Take good care of yourselves.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. I'm ending the meeting now.
Bye-bye.